I'd like to call to order the Planning Commission meeting of April 14th, 2021. We'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand for those not, well, please mute so that if you want to speak along. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Please remain standing for the statement of values. Commissioner Priya.
Thank you, Chair. As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Elizabeth, please call the roll.
Commissioner Biagini,
Present.
Commissioner Cherukuru,
Aye.
Commissioner Hero,
Here.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes. Here.
Commissioner Akazi, Chair Salam.
Here.
Thank you.
So we'll wait until, well, we're not waiting, but we'll get to a point where if we need to excuse Commissioner Casey, we can take it up. Commissioner Cherukuru, can you read the commission procedures, please?
Yes, Chair. Public hearings are conducted by the Chair in accordance with the following procedures. The Chair of the Commission directs all activity during the hearings. All comments shall be addressed to the Commission. Any item on this agenda may be continued to subsequent hearing. Applicants will be allocated up to 10 minutes to present and justify proposals following staff presentation of the item. Other speakers will be given up to 2 minutes. The applicant is allocated up to 5 minutes for rebuttal or comments. No additional comments will be accepted upon the close of the public hearing, although the Commission reserves the right to direct questions to any speaker on any matter.
Okay.
Yep, that's all I have today.
I think there's a
paper.
5 and there's a 5 and a 6, but we can go through those pretty quickly. Special procedures, time limits may be applied to any items as prescribed by the chair, and appeal of commission actions must be filed in writing within 7 calendar days. And then I can go ahead and read on the other section, which is copies of the current agenda and staff reports for each of the items on the agenda are available from the Planning Commission office on the Friday afternoon preceding the meeting and available online. That moves us into continuances and exceptions. This part of the meeting allows for applicants, members of the public, or other interested parties to request an item be 1, continued without hearing, or 2, withdrawn, or 3, taken out of order. Are there any requests, applicants, public, or commissioners for a continuance or exception on any of the items on tonight's agenda?
Chair, no, we have no requests for a continuance or exception.
Okay. Normally the commission has 7 members. When the full commission is not present, applicants have the option to continue their item to another meeting unless the planning commission members are recused due to conflict of interest or due to process recusals or due process recusals. That doesn't change anyone's attitude, I assume. We'll be waiting for Commissioner Ikezi, and we're still operating at a 6-person commission.
I have the consent calendar, Chair.
Okay, please go ahead and read the consent calendar.
Thank you. The procedure for the consent calendar is as follows. Consent calendar items may be enacted, approved, or adopted by one motion unless requested to be removed by anyone for discussion or explanation. If any member of the Planning Commission, staff, the applicant, or a member of the public wishes to comment on a consent calendar item or would like the item to be heard on the regular agenda, please make your request now. Items listed on the consent calendar today with associated file numbers constitute public hearing items. 1A, Planning Commission meeting minutes of August 26, 2020. Planning Commission 1B, Planning Commission meeting minutes of September 23rd, 2020. 1C, Planning Commission meeting minutes of February 24th, 2021 meeting. And 1D, retroactive vote to expend funds for Planning Commission items. Those are the consent calendar items. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Unless anyone wants to pull these out of order or for discussion, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second, by
Okay.
Priya.
Commissioner Piagini and Commissioner Cherukuru.
And Mr. Chair, if any commissioners need to abstain from any of the minutes because they weren't present at those meetings,
Oh, yes.
we announce which items they're abstaining from at this time. And we'll
Yeah,
interpret their vote as a vote for all the non-abstained items.
right. So can I hear if anyone is abstaining for having been absent at some of these dates?
That would be me on the eldest of the minutes.
August 26th,
I was not on the commission at that time.
right? Had you been out sick for any of the 23rd or February 24th?
Yes, I was out sick on February 24th as well.
Okay.
So
Yep.
for 1A and 1C, he will,
Mhm.
Commissioner Hero will be abstaining from.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Chair.
actually, yeah, hi, Chair. Actually, I only attended the March 17th meeting,
Okay.
no others. Yeah.
March 17th. Okay. So I guess Commissioner
Okay.
Hero will be abstaining also.
Okay.
1D is, the assumption here is that 1D is still being voted on by everyone, but the 1A,
Correct.
1A, B, C are going to be different people will be abstaining.
Right. And
Yeah.
that'll be reflected in the minutes. So
Okay.
we're voting to approve the consent calendar.
Yes.
Commissioner Biagini,
There we are. Yes.
Commissioner Cherukuru,
Aye.
Commissioner Hero, Commissioner Hero, you might be muted. Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Casey is not at the meeting yet, so she will not have a vote. Chair Salame
Yes.
and Commissioner Hero. Shall,
Did we lose it?
Looks like we might have
looks
lost
like
him.
I don't see him.
On the panel.
Let's see. Attorney Abby, should we come back to this or take just his vote later in the meeting when he joins again, or?
Mark him as absent for now. If he comes back, we can entertain a motion to reconsider that vote if it's important to him that he be a part of it.
Thank you.
Do we have a majority?
We have 4
Okay,
votes to approve.
that's fine. Okay. Well, it sneaks by with the 4 people here. Okay, we will come back if needed, and then move on. Public presentations. I guess here we go. Are there any members of the public that would like to briefly address the commission on any item not on the agenda?
No, Chair Salim.
Okay. Then we will move on to public hearing items. And currently there's only a single public hearing item, which is the action on a rezone from planned development to planned development of a property located on 2905 Stender Way, and to allow development of a 4-story data center building core site SV9. I understand that Commissioner Hero may have a recusal. So since he's not currently here, that becomes somewhat moot unless he rejoins during the conversation, in which case we'll have to pause and ask him to depart and return. Is that going to work for us, Alex?
That is fine. You can proceed. We
Okay.
lost count though. Do we have a quorum now? Do we have 4? How many do we have?
I think we have 4.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Commissioner Kezi hasn't actually arrived yet. Ooh, yeah, this is a difficult situation. I don't know if the applicant wants us to proceed with 4. Should we at least allow them that option if they want to delay?
Maybe somebody could find out from Commissioner Casey how long she's going to be. It'd be legally awkward if she's only present for part of the public.
Yes. I would feel uncomfortable trying to start into a full presentation without the voting commissioners.
Based on what Commissioner Casey has told me, we would expect her to join the meeting fairly soon. According to what she told me previously, I would expect within the next 5 minutes, but I will check with her again.
Okay.
Would you like to skip ahead to announcements and other items? And then-
Yeah, I think it would be a good use of our time if we actually proceeded until we came back to this. So can we table this this presentation and this item until we've covered a couple other things?
Yes, so moved.
Second.
To move. I think that's, from what I understand, that's kind of at the discretion of the chair to suggest rearranging a little
Oh,
bit.
okay.
But I don't want to step on toes. If you want to vote on it, I'm 100% behind it.
I think we'll interpret that as unanimous consent and move
All right,
on.
unanimous
There we go.
consent. We'll move
Yes, it
forward.
is.
So we can do reports of commission board announcements of other items. That would be very helpful.
I have an announcement, Chair. Not an announcement, just an acknowledgement. This is a season of celebrations in many parts of the world. We do have Ramzan, however most cultures are used to calling. It's a very celebrated event in many parts of East and of course in US and other parts of the world as well. In addition to the Indian subcontinent having many regions celebrating their New Year this week. And so I just wanted to send out Happy New Year wishes in any of your language that you choose to celebrate, and endorse our Indian community's presence here with the city and its value and diversity that we want to build on. So thank you, Chair.
Okay, great. Anyone else want to speak on this? Announcements? I know a couple of us will probably be speaking on the next item, which is travel and training reports.
I had a different issue.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Actually, 2 items, and I'll start with the first one. To staff, I am hoping that we can arrange some time like we have in the past to do dinner with the council especially in light of the fact that we have a new council than we did last year. Even if that means a Zoom meeting where we all eat dinner in front of our computers, I'd like to get some sense of when we might be able to do something like that. That's one item. And I'll just move right into the second item because I know that's a question that I'd like some sort of an answer
Can
on.
I answer your question,
Yes.
Commissioner Biagini?
Yes.
On behalf of Gloria, I did contact the city clerk after our last meeting when Chair Salam had requested such a thing
Yeah.
to have the dinner meeting, and they will put it on the calendar as soon as they can. But as of right now, they're not able to put an exact date. So as soon as we get an update, I will certainly let all commissioners know.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I didn't want to let that one kind of end up in the forgotten corner. The other thing, let's see, how can I say this? It was interesting, the preparation for this meeting with all of the information that came in, which normally we get on Friday. I recognize when I read through everything, and I spent quite a bit of time on it, that there are people that have worked on that project for a year. That's not unusual for projects. We've got staff, we've got applicants, we've got attorneys that look at things for a year. But when it comes to us on a Friday, and we have to come up to speed on Tuesday, and we even get some items emailed to us Tuesday afternoon, and I'm not criticizing anybody, but it becomes really difficult to assess the information in a way that's fair to everybody. Is there some way of different timing on this that we could do so that we can get, information sooner? I'm still reeling from when we got 1,000 pages once, but it's quite a bit of information, and if there's some way we can get it sooner than the Friday before, I think that would be helpful, considering the time and effort so many put into it. Before it gets to us.
Biagini.
Uh-huh.
Hi. Yeah, so there were a few things sent this afternoon. A couple of those things came in as questions that we got in response to the packet, and were questions that came in over the weekend, and so staff researched it. And that's why you got the information when you did on those couple of items. And I know we'll talk about them with the public hearing item. Another item, really, we will get that information to you guys as soon as possible and apologize for any delays. And that's something we will correct for the future. And it was certainly not really intentional for you to get this information in a shorter period of time than Friday. So very much apologize for that.
Hey, I understand, but I don't know if there need to be other deadlines for applicants and the rest that are sooner than Friday. It's just the volume of information to process that becomes a little unwieldy.
If I may add,
Rena, just Commissioner Biagini and I had just spoke at this at the end of our discussion today. And so we would have, I mentioned to her, we would look internally whether or not we can adjust going forward future deadlines. It may not happen immediately, but to transition to a longer period to where the packet is available. So that's something we could restructure in our office, but we would have to look into that just in terms of making that transition.
Gloria,
satisfied.
it's Elizabeth, and Commissioner Biagini, I did want to note that actually the packet was uploaded to the website on Wednesday. So it did come out a week before the meeting.
Yikes, I'm so
Yeah.
used to
Yeah.
Friday.
So, I mean, that's actually,
Elizabeth,
that's
yeah,
been
but
a
I think
priority.
Yeah, what she's talking about, when she and I talked, it was more about that would the packet be available, especially when there's an environmental document, 2 to 3 weeks in advance of a hearing date. So that's something, again, I have to bring to our internal staff to review whether or not we can reset these, our internal deadlines in order to accomplish that. So right now, this is just being brought up as a point of interest and just as an FYI. So we will look into that further.
I appreciate the efforts.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll jump on that one too, because that was one of the items I was going to talk about. I appreciate what everybody's doing, and everybody's trying to get through this with limited staff, and total pressure on deadlines. So I applaud the staff's ability to even get through it all enough to have us have this kind of a review session. Yeah, I think part of what bothered me a little bit about getting some of this information on the hours before the meeting is just the sheer volume of it. I don't mind getting letters or communications that pop up at the last second. That's perfectly fine. Those can be read, absorbed, etc. But 20-page and 30-page documents of statistics is not something you can usually process in a couple hours. So maybe just the standard of volume for days. If you're gonna, for every 4 pages, you have to back off 1 day or something so that people have this opportunity to really review it. Because I know there's information in there that I scanned over that I'm probably missing key pieces on, and I try and be up to date. But once again, Elizabeth and Gloria, everyone, thank you for trying to get this much information to us. And we'll try and figure out how to balance it so it's early enough to process
Right.
fully. Awesome.
Thank you, Chair Saleem. Again, I apologize on behalf of our workload here. What happened was apparently, I think it was the attorney that noticed one of the attachments wasn't included by the environmental consultant, but we didn't catch it either. So that was the reason for that multi-page memo, that we need to have that available online, et cetera. And to all of the commissioners. So that's something we will look at again. Is this our quality control internally to verify that all of the attachments to the environmental documents and other just the staff reports is there. So that's something we will, this is definitely a little bit of a learning curve for us doing it remotely, but we will definitely review our internal process. So I apologize for that.
Yeah, and even to add more accolades, thank you for getting that data center location document prepared in time for us to be able to look it over. That was very helpful. It was a revelation immediately when I looked at it. So, okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
If I may. Yes,
Yes.
that was a request that I made, and I genuinely am grateful that staff was able to get it to us ahead of this meeting. It was intended to make it aware and a point to note. I will have comments on that, but I'm hoping that that map serves as a baseline. It should serve as a baseline for awareness, for public consumption, for their feedback. I appreciate staff generating it, and hopefully it can become a future GIS, specific plan guide, or future state awareness, because this is huge. So thank you, staff, for doing it, and I appreciate you reacting to everything else also happening in your world. So thank you.
Mm-hmm. So are there any other comments, or please let us know when Commissioner Ikezi arrives. Otherwise,
Commissioner Hero's here.
Yes.
Commissioner Casey, I believe I just promoted her. I think she's here.
Yep, I'm here. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. Well, excellent. I think we have enough people. Did Commissioner Hero want to vote on the?
Yeah, I actually made it back. I think there was some type of an IT glitch. It had nothing to do with me on my end. I just got booted arbitrarily. And then it was like I was a member of the audience of the public, and I could not interact with the commission. But they fixed it, so I'm back. Excellent.
So did you want to log your vote on the consent calendar?
That would be a yes for me.
Okay. Thank you. We'll put that in the minutes.
And-
Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And Chair Saleem, since we're continuing on the items after the public hearing, we've gotten through most of them. Do you want to continue with those short items, or do you want to return to that after the public hearing?
I have to warn you, I think item 2 of the reports for travel and training, both Commissioner Biagini and I have some lengthy comments on our training that we went through. So let's, rather than pause for too much longer, let's go back to the main item, and then we can jump back here again, leave a little pin in this, put a pointer on it.
All right.
That'll keep the audience and the applicants front and center.
All right, sounds great. So if you can, read that description into the record, and then we'll begin the presentation.
All right. So the public hearing item number 2, action on a rezone from a planned development to a planned development of a property located on 2905 Stender Way to allow development of a 4-story data center building from CoreSite SV9. And then we'll hear the presentation from staff.
And Commissioner Hero, I believe, has a statement at this time.
Yes.
You're muted.
There you go.
Commissioner, so as heads up, I have to abstain from this item.
Oh,
Excuse me, Commissioner Hero, it's difficult to
You're-
hear you. Is anyone else having a problem hearing?
yeah,
Commissioner
his
Hero?
audio is unhearable.
I can't.
Yeah, I
hear
think
So
him.
for the
to
public
everybody, but
record, we need to hear what you're saying. Unfortunately, the audio is not working well.
Is that any better?
No.
No idea.
You may try calling in, Commissioner, via phone.
Yeah.
Elizabeth, see if you can direct him to the phone
Yeah.
line.
Yes, I'll do
City
that.
Assistant City Attorney Abby, would it be sufficient for the commissioner to enter comments in? Oh, I don't know if he can do that, actually. Never mind. I don't think it's.
How
We have
about
no
this?
chat.
How about this? I conferred with Commissioner Hero before the meeting, so I think I know what he's about to say. Perhaps I could recite what I think he's about to say, and then he can just nod if I got it right. Does that sound okay, Commissioner Hero? Can you nod?
Yes.
Okay, so I believe what Commissioner Hero was going to say was that he needs to abstain from this item because he received income from Therma Incorporated within the last 12 months. And it is reasonably foreseeable that Therma Incorporated could be financially impacted by this decision, and therefore he will be recusing himself. Is that accurate, Commissioner? I think that's a yes. We'll reflect that in the minutes. Thank you. You can disconnect.
And hopefully on his return, we'll have better audio and video. That'll be great. So given his recusal, we can now actually move to staff presentation.
Hi, Chair.
Yes?
Oh, actually, yeah, I tried to disclose. I went to the job site, met the call site staff yesterday afternoon.
Okay. I was contacted by them also, but I did not meet with them.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
I was also contacted but did not respond.
As am I.
Okay. Hopefully
Okay,
that's
so-
sufficient.
Ella Karachian, Associate Planner, and this is item number 22905, Standard Way Data Center. Okay, so I just wanted to refer you all to the project web page before I start the presentation. If you go to the City of Santa Clara website and then go through Business and Development project listing and go to the project address, you can see all of the resources and all of the CEQA documents. So if you click on the CEQA documents, you will be able to see comments and responses to comments, including the attachments. This project is located at the intersection of Ascender Way and Central Expressway, and the project site is about 3.9 acre. The project site is bounded by industrial uses to the north, Ascender Way to the west, Santa Mouse Acuna Creek to the east, and Central Expressway to the south. Core sites, SV3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 data centers are immediately west side of the project site along Ascender Way and Coronado Drive. And the existing building, and there is an existing single story light industrial building and surface parking lot on the project site at this point. The general plan designation of the site is light industrial, and it is intended to accommodate a range of light industrial uses, including general services, warehousing, manufacturing. Also, data centers are an intended use for light industrial land use designation in the general plan. The zoning designation is planned development at this point, and as you can see, surrounding of the site consists of light industrial majorly and planned development to the south, and low intensity office and research to the north part of the site. The project, you can see the site plan on the right side, and the project includes approximately 250,000 square feet, 4-story data centers, including 19,600 square feet office space for data centers, tenants, which can be used. A new electric power station is proposed to be constructed, and there's going to be equipment yards and on-site improvements with 48 megawatt connections to SVP service. And as you can see on the site plan, the substation is going to be along Central Expressway. There's going to be 8 double stack generators next to that. And on the right side, you can also see the chiller enclosures, and the on-site parking is going to be on the south side of the building itself. The main building is set back approximately 75 feet from the creek, 30 feet from the north property line, and 20 feet from the Centerway, and approximately 150 feet from the Central Expressway. So in this slide, I just wanted to talk about the circulation and parking. The required parking spaces for data centers are 1 space per 4,000 square feet of data centers. Based on that, it would be 62 parking spaces required for this project. The applicant is providing 26 parking spaces in a surface parking lot located on the south side of the building, as you can see here. And on the site plan, the applicant is reserving some space for about 24 additional spaces to be constructed if the building use will be converted in the future to a higher parking demand use. These land bank spaces are located in the areas on the site that will be occupied by equipment. And in this in this case, it's going to be chiller enclosures. So the applicant has prepared a parking study, and they did analysis on the trip generation of the data centers, and specifically to this project, to determine the change of trips that the project will generate compared to the existing use that is on the site. And this trip generation analysis was estimated based on the staffing of the data centers and also the average trip generation rates. So in this project, this data center will be staffed 24 hours, 7 days a week in 3 shifts. And it is anticipated that a max of 10 employees and 15 visitors will be on site on a given day. It might be less than that in different times of the day as well. And I just wanted to mention that in particular, the ratio that is right now, the required ratio, does not account for a diminishing per square foot parking demand as the data centers increase in size because of their equipment mainly, not because of their employment numbers. So these are the floor plans, and as you can see, and this is the ground floor, and the office space is located on the south side of the building, adjacent to the parking spaces. This is the first floor and this is the second floor. These are the floor plans for the next floor, as you can see. And we can now, so these are the first version of the elevations that was submitted to the planning department at the beginning. And the staff has worked with the applicant to revise this elevation and design of the data center. As you can see, there are not material variations in this proposal and no breakdowns in the elevations, and they look pretty tall. So staff has worked with the applicant, and as you can see, we have moved from this top image design to the second and to the bottom one. And the proposed architecture would be a steel frame construction enclosed by an exterior aluminum composite panel system, and the facade would be articulated with details and material to reduce the visual impact of the overall mass and also provide an attractive appearance. So most of these data centers, the use would eventually look like a warehouse, large warehouse building type. But as you can see, the applicant has worked with us to change the elevation and the facades to be articulated with details, breakdowns to reduce the massing impact. And these are the elevations. As you can see, the top one is the Centerway elevation, and the bottom one is the Creekside elevation. And the building is going to be the facade of the building would consist of insulated metal panel and glass siding materials in varying shades of colors in order to break down the massing and the elevation. And the height of the elevations are going to be 87 to the top of the primary roof parapets and 102 feet to the top of the metal roof, the screens and mechanical penthouses. These are the other elevations. The first one is along Central Expressway, and the bottom one is going to be the north elevation. And the height limit for this project would be established by the PD zoning. The rooftop equipment, the staircases and the elevators would be also screened, as you can see in the elevations, by lowered screen wall system. The screen wall would be set back also from the roof edge. So there is kind of like a setback. So you will not see a very tall building. It will just set back from the edge. In the report, we have also looked at the general plan conformance of the project. As I said, that the general plan designation is light industrial, and based on the GP, the maximum FAR is 0.6. However, the proposed is 1.47. I just wanted to mention that FARs reflect intended employment intensities. And as you know, data centers are low employment density. So this FAR would not conflict with the uses and then assumed employment intensity for the light industrial land use designation. So we looked at the map and we didn't see no immediate residential uses in vicinity of the site. The closest residential uses are approximately 2,100 feet distance from the project site, and include the apartments at Santa Clara Square to the north and townhouse development just south of Caltran rail tracks. The proposed project also would support the city's ongoing economic development and would provide fiscal benefits to the city incorporate site improvements as mentioned in the site design and site plan section, and it would implement several general plan policies. The next issue that we looked at is the proposed zoning district standards. So as mentioned, the project includes rezoning from PD to PD. I just wanted to mention that data centers are typically permitted through a staff administrative design review hearing. So it will not go to planning commission or city council. But in this project, we also have the rezoning. So historically, the site was zoned light industrial, and in 2006, it was rezoned from light industrial to planned development to facilitate the conversion into 35 industrial condos. But the previous owner sold the land, and they decided not to move forward with that proposal as the market demand from small business owners very low at that point. And this proposed PD would establish standards that are consistent with the standards of the light industrial zoning district, with an exception to the parking as mentioned and the height. So usually the maximum height for light industrial is 70, and as mentioned, this project is 87. Most of the data centers would ask for a minor modification to reach that 87 feet height that they are usually requesting. So we wanted to also talk to you about the data centers benefits. There is a significant general fund revenue related to data centers, and they usually need limited city services, and they have limited number of employees, so they will generate limited traffic, and they will be low VMT. And a different kind or type of development in the same property would have, like, as I mentioned, possible impacts such as traffic. And SVP now is also working on a growth plan to accommodate data centers. So that is under work. So we will receive that probably soon. We have received several comments regarding, I guess one comment regarding the noise from the commissioner. So we just wanted to talk about that. So the city has been receiving noise complaints in industrial areas and has recently contracted an independent firm to set up a noise monitoring meters on potential noise sources. So that is undergoing. It will start really soon. And Vantage Data Centers has also conducted a noise investigation and prepared a report which indicates that evening and nighttime noise level is low, below a limit of 50 dBA, which is the maximum allowed or for industrial areas. And there's also rooftop equipment in this project proposed, which the applicant is proposing to screen all of those and provide the buffer noise around them. The CEQA document, so the MND was prepared and examined environmental impacts, and there are possible, all of the impacts were less than significant. During the publication time, we have received comments from Bay Area Air Quality Management District and also from Adams Broadwell. And as part of that, the environmental consultant and the city have prepared responses to comments, which were attached to the staff report. And also they are available on our website, as I referenced at the beginning of the meeting. An errata memorandum also were prepared for this project Originally, the applicant was proposing to rezone from PD to ML. After MND distribution, the applicant asked to modify the application so that the rezoning would go from PD to PD to accommodate the reduced parking and also the increased height. The MND, when it was prepared and circulated, assumed that the structure would be approximately 85 feet tall, so 87 height is consistent with the MND, and the amount of parking is not usually a CEQA impact by itself. So since all these minor process change is not going to affect the MND's impacts, and errata memorandum was prepared as part of the project. So staff presentation is that the Planning Commission adopt resolutions for 2905 Standard Rate project, recommending that the City Council approve the mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program for 2905 Standard Rate project. And number 2, approve a rezoning from PD to PD to allow development of 250,000 square feet forestry data center, new substation, equipment yards, and on-site improvements, which was called SV9. This would conclude my staff presentation, and I'm available, and the staff is available to answer any of the questions that you might have.
And Mr. Chair, before you start with questions, if I could just add one statement about the CEQA. I'll try to be brief. I just need to explain one thing. You have in your packet, of course, a mitigated negative declaration, an MND, which found that all impacts of this project would be reduced to less than significant or less than significant with mitigation. You also have comments that we received from the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, BACMD, and also the law firm Adams Broadwell. And also in your packet, you have the responses to comments. One of the comments from BACMD suggested that we do an additional analysis analyzing a number of diesel generators in the vicinity of the project site. Also, Adams Broadwell pointed out that we didn't sufficiently analyze the effects on the Grace Adult Daycare Center, which is not too far from the project site. So the city prepared a revised health risk assessment analyzing both of those issues. And under that revised health risk assessment, which was emailed to all of you and is also available at that website that was at the beginning of this presentation, the impact is still less than significant with mitigation. But you'll see in your responses to comments, we've decided to modify one of the mitigation measures, air quality 2. In the original document, we were imposing a mitigation measure that would have limited the number of hours of testing to 18 hours. Under revised mitigation measure AQ2, we're now requiring that they limit their testing to 11 hours. With an 11 hours cap, they stay below the threshold of significance, and the impact will remain less than significant with mitigation. The reason I'm rambling on about this now is because you have the authority to switch mitigation measures like this after circulation and before adoption, but you have to make a finding at the public hearing that the new mitigation measure is at least as effective as the old mitigation measure. Here, we're actually making the mitigation measure more strict. We're limiting further the number of hours of testing. So it's easy to make the conclusion that this will be at least as effective as the prior mitigation measure. But if at the end of the evening, you are inclined to recommend approval of the mitigated negative declaration, at that time, I'm going to have to ask you to make an additional finding about substituting this new mitigation measure. Anyway, that's enough of that. I'll remind you when we get back to that. Also, just on the CEQA issues, I can answer questions. We also have the environmental consultant here, Brianna Bohanic from Circle Point, who we've worked with many times before. I also see in the participant list that the developer's attorney, David Blackwell, is here as well. He's also very versed on CEQA issues. So hopefully between the three of us, we can answer your CEQA questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, I guess I need to see questions. I see a number of hands up from Commissioner Hong, Casey, and Biagini. I wasn't watching to see whose hand went up first, so Now I just see Casey and Biagini. We'll go in alphabetical order. Commissioner Biagini. You may be on mute.
Yeah, there we go. I just have a couple of easy questions right now. And I'm not sure if this should go to the applicant or staff, but I'll start with staff. If you could go back to the slide of the site plan, I think there's more than one, or maybe a better version would be the circulation and parking slide. Kind of shows where the data center is in relation to the streets around it. Yeah, that kind of works. Okay, that's good enough for now. Here's my question. Where is the Grace Adult Daycare Center? Maybe that's not the best picture.
Okay. So you want
Do
to
we have an
see the
aerial?
building layout?
Is there any aerial? Yeah, so because the report said it was about 375 feet away.
Right, and I drove by the site and I'm trying to figure out where that center is. I didn't circle the whole thing though. Do we know?
In the comment letter submitted by Adams Broadwell, they show it as being northeast of the site across the road. It's on the web page. It's way deep in there. They actually provide a diagram, and it's sort of up and to the side. So I think it's about 375 feet away, they said.
All right. Well, that was one question. I have two other small questions for now. When I'm looking at parking, is there provisions for electric cars or electric bikes? I'm curious.
We can definitely ask the applicant to reiterate on that.
Should I wait for the applicant then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can also ask them, but in their plan, you can see the proposed stalls. I don't see any specific details in that regard in this plan.
I'll wait for the applicant
There-
then. Oh,
Okay.
does somebody know?
Oh, I was just going to say, Commissioner Biagini, that we typically follow the Valley Transportation Authority's recommendations. So we do have their guidelines, but because of the low employment intensity for a
Right.
data center use, we do
Right.
adjust the numbers. So we'd have to check the conditions. So maybe during the presentation by the applicant, that Ella can check the conditions just to reference the requirement mandated by the Public Works Department. They're the ones that give us the requirement.
Okay, I wasn't sure at the right time to ask because I realize the expectation is reduced parking because of reduced employment, but that doesn't mean somebody doesn't ride an electric bike or drive an electric car. So I'll wait for the applicant. I think, let me see. I think the other questions can wait for the applicant. So
Okay.
back to you, Chair.
Yeah, I think I'm going to support that question as well, because if you're going to have your own substation, I don't think putting in a couple extra EV spots is going to be a big hardship. Let's go to Commissioner Casey.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions. You mentioned the noise report from Vantage. Was that the company? Is that the owner of the data center that the council member Jane was talking about? You know, the neighbors complaining about noise. And you showed the picture of the skin for this new data center. Is that final? And is that this is not going to require further like review by the development, the new meeting that took over the architectural review?
So yes, the Vantage was the one that was receiving complaints, noise complaints from people around it. And this project will go to DRH after City Council. So it can be subject to revisions.
Oh, so the external appearance could change.
Yes.
Thank you.
This is Rena. I just wanted to, Rena Brio, Planning Manager. I just wanted to add in relationship to noise issues that the city has, been made aware of. We've received several complaints about nighttime noise that is still a non-determined source. As Ella mentioned, we've been investigating this for some time. We've been having our police department actually in the middle of the night when noise complaints are received, go and investigate. We've also actually worked with particular properties that were in question to do noise analysis, and the city has also done our own kind of noise monitoring in the evening and in the daytime and in the mornings. We have recently engaged a acoustical consultant so that we can have monitors established in a fixed situation throughout industrial areas and also in the receiving, residential areas, so that we can get a much clearer picture on the noise itself, as well as the sources, and then of course be able to consult with that acoustical engineer on potential remedies that they would suggest. So I just wanted to kind of give you all a more robust explanation on that.
Thank you. If the chair doesn't mind. So there are remedies if a data center turns out to be really noisy. It's technically possible.
Noise comes often from equipment, and if that's the noise source, the noise equipment could be equipment that can't necessarily be fully shielded in order to meet the intent of what the equipment is for. However, there are different technologies that are available to have the most acoustically buffered, experience, I guess, from that equipment. And we can certainly explore other options. We would really rely on the expert to give us those kind of suggestions.
And if we, if you don't meet that noise ordinance that the city has, then the data center owner is obligated to try to meet that standard. That's a rule.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, understand. Thank you very much.
And just, I want to be clear right now, we're still investigating this and we haven't been able to exactly triangulate, but we have, definitely different sources that we're investigating, right? So I just want to be clear on where we're at.
Right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, noise abatements technology is not a new thing. And I'm sure that with the experts' input and some manufacturer suggestions that can be handled. I think one of the conversations we were trading in email before this meeting was a concern over individual sites fully meeting the noise abatement or the noise standards. But unfortunately, when you aggregate a large number of data centers in close proximity, you can get a cumulative effect that could go substantially higher than the average single site. So we have to be careful that we aren't reviewing these data centers in isolation from their surroundings. I look forward to hearing more about that as time and personnel permit. So I will raise my own hand. I see Commissioner Casey, did you have something else or are you done? Okay. Are there any other commissioner questions before we hear from the applicant?
Oh yeah. Actually, okay. The daycare center, the location, you can look at the agenda, page 64. They have a map there. You can see the daycare daycare center's location. It's it's almost just north of the job site. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, okay. Page 64.
Thank you.
Yeah. Page 64 of what?
Of the packet.
yeah, the packet.
Yeah, it's buried kind of a little bit in there, but I think I found it once when I was passing through. Yeah, one of the other questions I'd like to have sitting on the queue is, how is this new power going to arrive at this location? I understand they're building a substation, but is SVP going to bring new high tension wires in to help supply it, or is there an existing source that they're going to tap into for their needs? Maybe talk about that a little bit during the discussion or during the presentation. I see Commissioner Chiricahua.
Just going to ask staff to keep the map ready. If you can have it actually posted, because you just sent it to us. I don't think it should have been in the PowerPoint. I do have a slew of comments. You may not be prepared for it. I'm just wondering whether I should save it as comments or if you want me to pose it as questions, because there's a bunch that I have, and it could be comments, it could be addressed now. Either way is fine, but it is going to be a little complex.
So perhaps that would be good for after the presentation of the applicant. I'm just suggesting.
Yes, that's fine.
Are you referring to this map that you can
No.
see it on here?
The map that Rena sent?
I think
Oh,
she
Yeah.
okay,
needs
that one.
the,
Okay, yeah, I have it in the presentation. I can pull it up.
Thank you.
And Chair Salim, this is Gloria. I do have information from SVP how the project will be fed, so I can either wait till, again, after the applicant's presentation to provide that information.
No urgency, please, just have it on the
Okay.
queue. Okay.
All right, thank you.
I think that's the last of the questions for the commissioners. I think we, at this point, hear from the applicant's presentation. And then we open it to the public, or yeah.
Chair Salam, I've promoted Eric Bromfeld from CoreSite for the presentation. And Eric, if it's not you, let me know.
Oh yeah, actually we're gonna have Mike Durham, who's in the market. We're gonna have him start off our presentation.
Okay. Mike Durham.
So the applicant has 10 minutes to speak, and I'll start the clock now.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Just as a note, I will be passing it off to Gabe Clark midway through our talk here, but I'll get started now. Hi, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. We've been a business partner in Santa Clara since 2009, and we're excited about this project to establish the 7th building on our Santa Clara campus, which will expand our support for enterprise and network connectivity to further enable essential research and services within a major and vital population center. As you heard, my name is Mike Durham. I'm the general manager with CoreSite in the Bay Area, and I oversee all CoreSite activity within Santa Clara. We have a full team here tonight to address any questions, but for now, as mentioned, I'll start with a few highlights and then pass it over to Gabe and the rest of our design team to discuss some specifics. First, we're local. This is CoreSite's largest market, and we employ nearly 100 people here. We hope for more, and we believe this project reflects the commitment to continue investing within Santa Clara, not only for us, but for customers we serve and the community at large, and through the use of local union labor. Second, we believe providing purpose-built data centers within the communities that have the demand for them is the best way to minimize environmental impact. We are significantly more efficient than the alternative of disparate, less well-maintained on-premise servers, and our business and our adjacent growth reduce traffic congestion. We're also very proud to work with Silicon Valley Power, who has an ever-growing commitment to renewable energy. Finally, as a real estate owner and operator, CoreSite has paid roughly $50 million in tax revenue to Santa Clara since 2009 for a relatively small footprint. Our hundreds of customers add to that impact, and in this digital age, our growth will further enable local business development. So thank you, and with that, I'm going to pass it over to Gabe Clark.
I'd like to confirm everybody can hear me. If possible, give me access to present my screen.
So can you share your screen or do you want staff help?
I would like to share my screen. I don't currently have access within Zoom here to share my
So
screen.
become a panelist. So John, if you can make him a panelist. So he
Yeah, I'll
can-
promote him.
Okay.
Very good. I'm going to share my screen here. If everyone can tell me when they're able to see the screen.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Mike walked through the contents of this slide before I took control. So Mike, anything else to add? Otherwise, I'm going to jump into our presentation.
No, I just gave a high level. That slide there is for posterity. Thank you. Go ahead.
Very good. I'll begin. So hello, my name is Gabe Clark. I'm with Corrigan Associates, and we're the lead architect for this project. Thank you in advance for your consideration of the SV9 project that we're presenting here today. Please feel free to stop us during this presentation if you have any questions or need any clarity as we move through. So let's begin. So on the screen, light yellow, you see the existing CoreSite campus, which is comprised of 6 existing data center buildings. Immediately adjacent to the campus, you'll see the site associated with the proposed SV9 building, which is the focus of our discussion today. Here's an enlarged view of the proposed site that currently exists, positioned between Stender Way and San Tomas Corridor along Central Expressway. This drawing represents the site plan currently approved by planning. I'll take a moment and walk you through the overall site configuration. You'll see the proposed SV9 data center building identified in bold, positioned in the northwest quadrant of the site. The building's office areas are positioned within the south and west portions of the building, facing prominently towards Stender and Central. The building is looped by an internal roadway supporting building operations as well as fire department life safety access. Site parking is positioned along the south building elevation. And yes, electric bike and 4 electric vehicle parking spaces will be provided. Building infrastructure is placed along the east side of the building, obscuring view from Stender Way. The SVP substation discussed earlier serving the site resides at the southwest corner of the parcel. This location was dictated by the local utility. And while we're here, KW, if you could please take a moment here and describe the building systems, infrastructure and facilities management. KW, are you able to unmute and speak?
Who is KW?
They're the mechanical electrical engineers supporting the project.
Can the attendee, thank you,
Adam.
raise their hand?
Adam Friedel. Adam, if you can raise your hand.
Thank you. This is Adam Friedel with KW Mission Critical Engineer. We're the mechanical and electrical engineer for the engineer of record for the project. What I'd like to discuss is from a utility standpoint, we are getting 2 feeds in from SVP to their substation. We do have on-site generation. That on-site generation is not our primary source of power. It is only there for emergency situations when we've lost utility power to the site. Those generators will be meeting the Bay Area air quality management requirements. Initially in the CEQA document, they were Tier 2 with a diesel particulate filter. They will now be changed to meet the Tier 4 requirement with SCR technology to mitigate the emissions to the minimum. From a mechanical standpoint, we do have a chiller plant. CoreSite went through great extents to design the system to minimize the impacts to the infrastructure that surrounds it. This system only uses water when it's over 85 degrees. That is approximately 8 days a year. The system only uses, its primary source of water is the recycled water that's available to the site, and its alternate source is the domestic water. The system selected, compared to others in the area, uses less than 1% of those systems. So it's very environmentally focused to minimize water use. That's what we have for those systems.
Okay. With that overview, we will jump to the next slide. Kimley Horn, could you mind raising your hand so you can be unmuted and talk to the landscape?
Also, whoever's managing the clock, could you add a couple minutes for all the technical switching, please? Thank you.
Hello. Looks like I finally got unmuted. Thank you. Good evening. This is Matthew Morgan, Project Landscape Architect of Record. Pleased to be with you to discuss the landscape improvements for the site. This design strives to promote and contribute to Santa Clara's urban forest. And as you can see here, all trees proposed for removal will be mitigated for per the city's tree replacement requirements. So that's 39 trees at a 36-inch box size that we're adding to the site to contribute to that urban forest. And that will fully mitigate the on-site trees affected by the proposed improvements per the city standard. Special care has also been given to visually mitigate and enhance visibility from Central Expressway as well as Stender Way. And so we have evergreen climbing vines on the enclosure wall of the substation, as well as low drought tolerant textural adaptive plantings across the site to soften and enhance architectural improvements as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Matthew. Onto the building elevations. Due to the immediate adjacency to the larger CoreSite campus here in Santa Clara, as originally presented, the SV9 building was envisioned by the design team to be consistent in materials and image to the main campus. The original design for the building was responsive and compliant to applicable planning and zoning requirements, as well as all building codes. However, upon presentation of the design concept, Gloria's team, and through the PCC architectural submission process, CoreSite and the design team were asked to consider alternate design concepts and exceed base planning and zoning compliance, which included incorporation of enhanced glazing, diverse envelope building materials selections, variations in the facade depths to better reflect the city's architectural expectations for the site. With an understanding of these expectations from Gloria's team, the design progressed to the imagery you see here. As part of the process, the original site plan, which included a building orientation with the office and main entry facing north, was asked to be mirrored to plan south to allow for building's main entrance to take a prominent position at the intersection of Stender and Central to the south. This was a significant program change adopted by the client to support the city's goals. As noted in the PCC submissions, the building's aesthetic design was modified to incorporate building facade materials consistent with Class A office space. This includes expanded glazing at the office areas as well as spandrel glazing across the building facade. The spandrel glazing is inserted between offset wall panels, which creates depth within the exterior facade. And at the street level, the building scale is reduced by recessing the panels away from the street and softening facade with the landscaping immediately adjacent, as discussed on the previous slides. As an overview in regards to the PCC process, here you see a timeline of our PCC submissions, which brought us to the design that we're presenting here today. Feedback from the PCC submissions 1 and 2 influenced design modifications in our third submission, which included our building reorientation, facade enhancements, previously discussed in our review of the elevations. Our fourth and final submission was largely focused on requirements requested based on previously submitted designs to bring us to the renderings you see here of the facility. This image here is taken from the corner of Stender and Central. It's looking at the main building access and primary entrance. The second image is taken from the northwest corner of the site, looking to the southeast. And with that, we'd like to open up to any questions or comments.
Okay, thank you. I see quite a few hands raised again. I guess we'll do commissioner questions first and then open it for public. Commissioner Hong.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Chair. Yesterday, I visited core site, job site. I also walk around the surrounding area. The first question is regarding the noise. I noticed that SV4, actually I entered SV8 with core site staff. I went to the top of the SV8 building. I think it's pretty quiet. Based on, according to the staff, SV8 it's almost fully occupied. So, but SV4, I didn't enter SV4, but I can hear some noise on the top of SV4. But SV8, it's pretty quiet. So my question to core site is, what's the difference between SV4 and SV8? Even SV8, it's fully occupied. In normal operation, it's pretty quiet. What's the difference? That's my first question. My second question is to the electrical and the mechanical staff, Adam. You mentioned Silicon Valley Power provide 2 feeds to a job site. Can you give me a little bit more details? Actually, also, I noticed the electrical substation. Is that the SVP substation or it's a core site substation? Yeah, that's my 2 main questions. Thank you.
Adam, can I ask you to step in and address the equipment comments and the feeds to SVP?
Can you hear?
We can hear you, Adam.
Well, we could for a second, not anymore.
Here, how about now? Good?
There we go, Adam.
There we go. That is the substation is SVP on one half of it, and then the other half is core site. So there's a transition point where there's a handoff where the utility feeds come in, it hits SVP's equipment, and then there's a handoff point where then the equipment turns into core sites.
Okay. Yeah, you mentioned you have 2 feeds from SVP.
Correct.
It's not a single feed.
Correct.
Is that electrical redundancy?
Correct.
So then my question is, if you have electrical redundancy, is it possible to get rid of those generators?
There's not a 100% assurance that the utility will always be there, and why we need the generators.
Yeah. So, but you have a redundancy, right? You have 2 feeds, right? Let's say 1 feed failed, then you have another feed still working, right?
Yeah, but the generators don't start until both utility feeds go down.
Oh, that's okay. So my question to you was, are those 2 feeds redundant to each other, right? If not, it's a still single feed, right? Why it's 2 feeds?
The redundancy is required by SVP.
Yeah. I mean, SVP.
Commissioner Wang, do you want me to read the content? Because I specifically asked SVP. So I have comments from 2 of the staff people in the department, so I can read you with their commentary about that.
Yeah, sure.
Would that be helpful? Okay, it says, this facility will have multiple feeds in the event of an issue on one feed. The others can take over due to the redundancies built in by SVP. The main reason for the number of generators that are required is that emergency power system is required to be independent of primary utility power in the event of a citywide outage. Our facilities support critical communication infrastructure for numerous telecommunication carriers in that area. And I have a second one, so let me share that one too. This is from one of the engineers. It says SVP already provides 2 feeds to the data center by its looped 60 kV transmission system. The looped service provides the data center 2 separate feeds from different receiving station sources. Note, the customer is responsible for protecting its own equipment and for ensuring its service beyond what SVP can control. In these events, customers install backup generators to continue critical services. This is per our rules and regulations 9B3, 9B4, and 9B5. So it's in there. They have basically electrical requirements, like a code that they have for operations, and they have to meet that code in order to serve that facility. So this is required to have those generators.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, we cannot reduce the number. So yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for the question. It was a good information to obtain from SVP.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, actually, okay, yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Then to my first question.
Okay.
Yeah, why SVP4 appears more noisier than the SVP8? Yeah.
Yeah, so SV4 is, I'll just call it an older facility that used a different type of cooling system than we designed on SV8 and that we will be designing on SV9.
Okay, so that means the SV9 should be much quieter than the SV4.
Correct.
Right, just like the SV8.
Correct.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner, this is Mike Durham again, if I can add a couple of things.
Yeah, sure.
Real quickly, it's worth noting that I started at CoreSite in 2017. As far back as I know, which is 2016, we've always been on utility, and the only use of our generators has been testing and maintenance. We've not had to go over to them. So I think that's important to note here. Additionally, just to clarify on your question around the substation, we deeded that land to SVP. SVP now utilizes that Fairview substation entirely on their own. We're not dedicated to it, but we are its major customer.
Okay, thank you.
Always wind up talking to mute. Okay, was that it for you, Dr. or Commissioner Hong?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I got it.
I promoted you to a doctor. And there you go. Then I think the other questions are Commissioner Biagini.
Thank you, Chair. One of the questions that I had just got answered. So 2, I'm not sure who mentioned it. There will be electrical outlets in the package for bikes as well as for cars. My question is how many?
There'll be 4 vehicle charging stations.
Okay.
And while bike charging will be provided, I don't know that we've provided a physical count at this time.
They will be. Okay. Is that under the conditions of approval? Maybe that's a question for staff. And then I think it was Mike. I'm curious about something. You mentioned, good community partners. I have no reason to believe otherwise. Is part of your game plan to work out a PLA and use union labor?
You're going to have to forgive me. Can you identify PLA?
Project labor agreement.
Yes. So our plan is to utilize union labor for the build of SB9, and we have done that in the past. So it'll be both the GC and the trades.
Much appreciated. Those are my only questions for now.
So this is Ella, city staff. I checked the conditions and approval, and there is a requirement from engineering department to provide 31 class 1 bicycle spaces and 11 class 2 bicycle spaces. So a total of 42 bicycle spaces for this project.
Thank you, Ellen. My apologies. Cross-referencing back to several pages of conditions approval. I'm not that fast at it.
Thank you.
So thank you. That back to you, Chair.
Will our attorney please remind me, are we going to do the rebuttal section, or do we go to open it to the public at this point?
If you've finished with questions for the applicant, then it's time for public comment.
Sorry.
Rebuttal.
I think Commissioner Hong has another question.
Yes. Actually, I noticed that from because of that daycare center, so they reduced the testing time to 11 hours per year. My question to CoreSite is that good enough for you guys? 11 hours testing, is that good enough for the generators?
Adam, can you take that? I believe from a testing perspective.
Yeah,
it does fall within acceptability, but please confirm.
Yes, we will be testing the generators on a monthly basis, but we're going to have to fall within, we're going to have to time that such that we can meet the 11 hours per year.
Okay. Yeah, since look at the map, yeah, I noticed the daycare center, it's above your job site, or it's on the north side. So not normally, I noticed actually, since I live here over 25 years, normally the wind coming from northwest. So that means your generator probably it's, even it generates some pollution, because the wind probably should be blow away from the daycare center. So my recommendation is maybe when you doing the test, maybe you can check the weather forecast, right? To select certain day, then maybe to minimize the impact to the daycare center.
Understood.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much. That's just my suggestion. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other hands, so I think it's a good time to open to public conversation, and then we can have a rebuttal after that if needed.
Mr. Chair, there was one issue that was brought up by the applicant that just it actually kind of threw me because it's not consistent with what we said in one of our responses to comments. Did I understand Mr. Friedel correctly that you're now going to be providing tier 4 engines inside your generators? Because previously we had said that only tier 2 would be required and that tier 4 were infeasible. I just wanted to make sure I understood that correctly. Are you now proposing tier 4 for all of your engines?
That is what we are under review right now, yes.
Oh, so you're under, so it's not a certainty at this point. It's a
it's a high likelihood.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And I assume tier 4 is substantially better than tier 2?
Substantially, yes, sir.
Okay.
That was one of the Bay Area Air Quality Management District's requests, that it go from tier 2 to tier 4. Okay. But the response was that, well, we're less than significant with tier 2, so we can't legally require it as a mitigation measure. Whether it's
Okay.
required as a condition of approval is another matter.
Yeah.
Essentially, we will be meeting the requirements of the Bay Area Quality Management District, whatever they dictate.
To be clear, they haven't mandated it, but
Understood.
that was their request, and I'm sure we'd be thrilled to have Tier 4 engines if that's what you're able to provide.
Correct.
Okay. It helps when we speak in terms of tiers that we define which is better, bigger or less, more or less. Okay. I see Commissioner Chiricuru's hand again. Did you have another question or comment?
This is my first, Chair.
Then thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I have only one question to the applicant. What type of cooling mechanism is this data center using along with others? Is this water or air cooled?
It's a hybrid. It's a dry cooler system with an adiabatic trim. So most of the time, other than 8 days a year, it will run dry with no water. And during those 8 days, and those 8 days are defined when the temperature is over 85 degrees, water will be used.
And sorry, second question, is the substation also as part of your project in the future?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all, Chair.
All right. Looks like we have a clear board. I guess now we can move on to public comment. Questions? I see two hands up immediately, Sam Liu and Nicole Goring. We'll start with Sam. Can you please promote him for questions?
Yeah, I've unmuted him.
Thank you.
And Elizabeth, do we have a timer available for the public comments that you can start?
Yes, I'm putting the timer on right now.
Okay. So just so each of the public speakers, please wait till the timer begins so you have the entire available time for your speaking. Thank you.
Yes, public speakers have 2 minutes, so I'm ready to start the clock. Thank you.
Sam.
Hello, yeah, thank you the commissioners and the applicant for the presentation. Our company, Nunex, is about 500 to 600 northeast to the data center plant, okay? But I think the most important is the Grace data center, Celia center, that's about 300. Yeah, it's very close. This old area is very vulnerable to any air pollution, okay? My comment is focused on the QA, the Bay Area management for the quality district. Okay, I think their comments is very important for us to think about. The first hand, the mayor and the city council signed a diesel-free 2023 initiative. So I think 10 years from now, the data center is still there, and should they be consistent with this pledge everybody signed? Okay, so diesel-free is the goal. Another thing, I think the district already promised 300,000 subsidy for possibly to replace the diesel generator with clean source generator or power source. I think that's very important, okay? So even the applicant said this only for emergency, but nobody knows what actually, this is no clear definition, which one is the emergency, which one is regular use. I think from the beginning, why just not use diesel generator for this project? I think it is very important. I strongly, as a resident in that area, be affected on behalf of the seniors, and we strongly encourage the planning commissioners, you are responsibility to not approve this project until this issue, diesel-free goal be reached. That's very crucial. Please consider that. That's very important. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think Nicole is next.
Okay, I've unmuted Nicole.
Okay, Nicole, go ahead.
Okay, I was waiting for the time clock, sorry. Good evening, Chairman Salim, Planning Commissioners, Nicole Gehring with Associated Builders and Contractors, Northern California chapter. We've been building Silicon Valley and the Bay Area for over 40 years. We've got apprentice programs in electrical, painting, plumbing, laborers, and carpentry, and we also oversee fire sprinkler apprenticeship programs, training over 800. I'm disappointed to learn that Planning Commissioner was asking for a project labor agreement, and also disappointed to learn that this viable project for the city is plans to use local union labor. There are a number of non-union contractors who do quality work all throughout the Bay Area, and it's very disheartening to learn that they're going to be excluded from this project. I would encourage you to open up your minds and thoughts and meet with us to determine some inclusive language that can be inclusive of the entire construction community, so everybody has an opportunity to build their city and build in their community. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Were there any other speakers on the attendance list? Attendees list? I don't see any other hands. I guess we can close public participation, or do we do rebuttal first?
Rebuttal first, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. I need to put a chart up on the wall. I swear, if I had a program chart, I would be able to follow this every time.
I'll be your chart.
Thank you. All right, please proceed. If you have a rebuttal, you want to comment back on anything you heard.
I'll chime in regards to diesel free. Adam, please chime in to back me up where you feel necessary. The current design includes generator systems that are compliant with the local authorities and requirements as they stand today. In the future, should there be code requirements or other requirements of the city of Santa Clara that are applicable to this site and enforced, I'm sure those will be taken into consideration at that time. Again, Mike or Adam, chime in if there's a different approach there, but currently the design fits and lives within the current applicable requirements for the site in the city of Santa Clara. Mike, anything to add there?
No, thank you. The only thing I will add is just to add that we in our facilities do support critical and emergency services. So we are really looking for 100% uptime and need to have the backup in place to give comfort for those customers to support the community. So that's why we look for best in class and what's known. But appreciate the comment.
Okay. And then Mike, while you're off mute, if you can possibly speak to the union versus non-union labor, if you care to.
I mean, we review all options as they come to us. So certainly if there's an option there, we will look into it. So I appreciate that as well. I'll make a note of it.
I think we're done at this time, Mr. Chair.
Okay, maybe you could, actually, I'll save my question for after. Yeah, I think we're at a point now where we can officially close public contributions.
Move to close public hearing, Priya.
Second.
I think that was Commissioner Hong.
Yes.
Thank you.
The motion is to close the public hearing. Commissioner Biagini.
you're on mute.
Can you hear me? The motion is to close public hearing.
Yes.
Okay, I cannot hear you. Okay. Commissioner Chair Kuru,
Aye.
thank you. Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Casey,
Yes.
Chair Salame,
Yes.
Hear me now?
just barely. You're very, very weak. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Were there other questions now that the commissioners had? I see Commissioner Chair Kuru's hand is up.
Thank you, Chair. Could
Oh, I
staff
should mention though that we're closed officially. Thank you.
could staff pull up the map with the data center locations, please? Thank you. So I want everybody to take a pause moment and think through this slide. I am holding myself back to be PC, Planning Commission worthy, politically correct, Priya Chirkuru. I cannot say in any other way that I am absolutely disappointed in staff evaluating this application. I agree that it meets the minimum code requirements. It meets norms, standards, minimum thresholds for mitigated neg deck. But you have not done justice in evaluating this application in its entirety. Currently, we have around, say I'll give it benefit of doubt, 54 listed here, 45 to 50 are already built from 1990s. The volume from an urban planner, every cell of mine says this is a data center graveyard. These are dead places from an urban planning perspective. 10 employees, 250,000 square foot building, one. If you see the surrounding, that's 7 sites around this building. This is 7th building for CoreSite. Congratulations. Your 50 million is penny wise, pound foolish for the city. You make that revenue back in one outsourced company. For the city, as a long-term resident and for its future generations, this is apocalyptic. When a power outage happens, it is not when. I mean, it's not if even, it's when. Because we are on the brink of many, many outages, just from climate change, just from resource tracking, just from the wildfires. We are going to have power outages. It is reality. Can you imagine all those diesel generators turning themselves on? Do you understand the water consumption of all these 54 sites, that it is impacting the city's water table? Irreplaceable resource. There is no way you can imagine the drought that will hit city, which we are already on the brink of. With all the wildfires, with all the water expended through loss of trees, landslides, whatever, name it, the water table. If you remember, not even too long back, our water drought. This time around, it's going to be substantially more. This is just the writing on the wall. We have not considered water consumption, power outage. The Air District's letter was literally pleading for an EIR. Every sentence of theirs was literally saying, city, take note. Yes, I agree. And thank you, Xander and Ab. Yes, we can defend it for every single project as it comes. This is a piecemeal project in CEQA because the substation is coming right after its heels. I cannot imagine how we justify this is not a piecemeal when the applicant right there said it is going to come back. Yes, you cannot anticipate, but it is right showing up on the plans. As a CEQA planner, this is all over the map for me. And I'm glad it had a zoning overlay over this because that's the only reason I'm able to comment on this like this. If it had come in just as an ARC, it wouldn't have even come in as an appeal, because they were saying PLA is already appealed, and so somebody is already getting their lawsuit paid out. There is no way we would have seen this appeal come through. We have studies pending still. Staff is telling me SVP is still evaluating. You are telling me noise studies are underway with acoustical capabilities. You do understand people hear at different frequencies, and not everybody hears the same frequency, and you haven't even considered the birds and the animals. They don't even want to go there. But that is a huge, huge impact. Huge impact. You haven't considered the noise enforcement. You don't even know what it's going to be. How do you even mitigate this? If and when it comes. So somebody has to pick up the phone every time they hear this whirring sound. And imagine when power outage happens. Good luck with that. I mean, I can't even restrain myself. And I actually I'm sorry that this application is facing the brunt. And actually, I will go on public record. The email was from a colleague and an acquaintance from my San Jose State University, Edisabeth Patel. I apologize if I sound harsh with this, but as a resident, as a Santa Clara, how many of our staff live in this city? City Council, I am absolutely making this a plea. Please place a moratorium on data centers until we have evaluated. You're looking at greenhouse gas emissions. You're looking at climate action plan. You're looking at specific plans. Have you thought this through? All those yellows are literally taking away acres and acres of land from prime, much needed housing, density, liveliness of the city. These are, when it was considered industrial, light industrial, the olden days, they had people in it. That means there were surrounding retail, mom and pop stores that supported those workers. This will create literally desolation of unimaginable. And don't even get me started on that aesthetics. You're told me blue, gray, and white colors. Let's get a little better creative when it comes to aesthetics. But the first, whatever comments I said about aesthetics is the last, because all of the above that I said are something that City Council should absolutely take to heart. Staff, this is not my first, you've heard it, but I've been more considerate because I did not want to penalize an applicant for the work they've done. But this is the 7th round for Coreside. Come on, give me a break. If this is not, I mean, forgive me if I'm being blunt with this. If this is not a vampire state, I don't understand any other. It is sucking the resources out. They will make this money up. We are the 2nd largest in the country to house this many data centers in a small city of 100,000 people, barely trying to keep, our ends meet. And this does not generate employment. It does not. It does not keep our city live and ticking. I will, where I'm going with my future decision, but I will rest my comments with this, Chair. Thanks, unless you have any other questions to follow up.
Mr. Chair, may I make one quick comment? Just a really minor correction, Commissioner Charakur. I just wanted you to be aware that the environmental document does, in fact, consider the construction of the substation. That's part of the project description. So that is actually analyzed as part of this project. So just with respect to that small part of your statement, we did actually consider the substation.
Thank you for that clarification. And despite that it was an M&D, I'm absolutely blown. Great job, Xander, in considering this as an M&D, because it did not take into consideration cumulative impacts. Cumulative that this region, which is a small region, has 54 applications built, don't care, applications in the pipeline. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay, is there other hands? I see hands going up now. I'm going to save my comments for the end. Commissioner Biagini?
Can you hear me now? Can
There
you
we-
hear me okay?
That's better. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Cherukuru has expressed some of the same concerns I have, which come down to the environmental impact and the cumulative effects thereof. I recognize that the city could gain some benefits. That's not a question to me. But what is a concern is that, you know, it's one thing to benefit the city, but the city economy. But this kind of operation certainly isn't going to benefit the environment. So what do we do in order to mitigate environmental damage that surely will happen? Maybe it's a question of how much. I know that there are a lot of, or at least from the documents I'm reading, there's a lot of, you know, the CAP, the Climate Action Plan, that's being revised. Well, that's a concern for me because if we're in the middle of revising something, whatever you want to call the timing, it's on top of this particular data center. So how do we address that? I mean, I don't know if the other data centers are positioned in the same way this one is. Are we going to end up with, depending upon when you were built, different data centers adhering to different standards? Or do we put some sort of condition that the data center has to retrofit as changes are made, whether it's by the city, the county, the local Bay Area, the state, or the federal, whether it's by legislation, whether it's by case law or judicial mandate? I mean, I'm not sure how to put belts and suspenders around that when we're looking at a time that we know changes are coming. We're aware of some of them. I understand on the one hand, yeah, but we don't know what those standards are. But I come out on the other hand saying, so we build something and then find out it's not in compliance. What do you do? These are the concerns I have. And that's before I even get into the whole thing with noise, because, well, I mean, you can argue that that's part of the environmental, but I am very concerned about the noise levels. I am somewhat happy to hear that Commissioner Huang went to SV4 and 8, I believe it was, and noticed a difference, and that the comment from the applicant was because there were different technologies used between 4 and 8, so there is some improvements. But then again, it underscores my point. We're not at a point yet where maybe all the rules and regs are in to deal with the potential harm for the environment. So what's the fix? We require that they retrofit this project, for that matter, the others too, but they're not on the table right now, to any changes that come down the road. These are my concerns. I want to hear comments from staff or my fellow commissioners. Thank you.
Okay. My screen is just jumping all over the place. Commissioner Hong.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. The power outage. To be honest, that's scary. Actually, I wish we have a more reliable electricity system for the city. I think probably I need to learn more, maybe talk to SVP engineer more to see what's the main reason for the power outage. My point is technologies changing, right? We should have better facilities, better, more reliable power supplies than before. But if it's getting worse and worse, that's not right. Since I think as a look at our human being history, right? It's the life is getting better and better. That's the way we should have. At the same time, that's why actually I was thinking to use electrical redundancy to reduce the generators. But I heard the statement from SVP engineers. Yeah, I think I need to learn more. But regarding the data centers, since I visited the job site, they have some other data center there already. I think if they build this data center, I think probably it's more efficient. You see, it probably they can reduce some traffic, right? Since it's close by, I noticed that their employee, they can walk between the buildings. In general, personally, I don't against the data center. I think data center, since it, yeah, I agree. It's probably generate less employment. But at the same time, I think it's reduce the car. For cities traffic, I think that's another big problem. But data center, I think won't introduce more cars in the area. I think probably that's a good thing. Yeah, I think it's a difficult decision, but I just yeah. Personally, I think technology we should have a more reliable system. And actually, yeah, I think the best way is. But yeah, yesterday I also talked to call site staff. They mentioned they have the battery to support the system probably for 8 to 10 minutes to let the generator turn on. I don't know. It's I wish we have some maybe a more powerful battery system in the future, but okay, it's just that's it. Yeah, I know it's difficult. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hong. I'm going to chime one of my questions in since it's appropriate. I wanted to ask the applicant if they've considered something like a Tesla power block or some of the more industrial size battery backup for the less than 1 hour outages so that the entire block of generators don't have to spin up immediately. The Tesla power solution is not applicable for multi-hour outages, and we tend to only have those during major crises. So I'm hoping that maybe a secondary backup that covers the few very short power outages that we feel from SVP might be a way for this and other future data centers to avoid the whole generator ramp up issue, because those tend to run for more than just the time of the outage. They have to be brought up, and then there's a safety time afterwards. I'll leave that for the applicant to comment on, and then we have Commissioner Casey, and then we can hear back.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question for Council. Tender. When we talk about the CEQA, I understand that when we're talking about traffic, we're talking about we need to, each project is obligated to look at the cumulative impact of that particular project on the streets surrounding the project. But when you're talking about air quality, how does it work? Do you are we looking at the cumulative impact or are you looking at cumulative impacts within the range, or is cumulative impact not considered at all? Because Commissioner Cherukuri brought up a really good point. What happens when we have a massive power outage and all the diesels at these data centers turn on all at the same time? And sometimes, we may end up with up to a couple of weeks of power outages like we've seen in other parts of California. So if you can comment on that. And secondly, as a planning commission, what are the authorities that were given in terms of the decisions that we can apply on this project? I understand that we're being asked to approve the NMD and to approve the PD to PD zoning, but if you can advise us on what's within our purview, that would be great. Thank you.
Certainly. Well, why don't I work backwards? What's within your purview? So you have two resolutions before you tonight, whether or not to recommend approval of the mitigated negative declaration, and then whether to recommend approval of the PD rezoning. So the mitigated negative declaration, you're basically saying that based upon your independent judgment and analysis, having read the document, you agree that all impacts have been reduced to less than significant. I suspect from some of the comments I've already heard tonight that not all of you may feel that way. But it's a recommendation to the City Council, so it's your determination whether or not you agree that this project will have a less than significant impact as mitigated. The second decision is whether or not to recommend rezoning. This is a PD rezoning. I would note that the only reason it's doing a PD rezoning is because of the parking and height, but height could be done with a minor modification. So you have to make all of the typical findings for PD rezones, which is that that the project has imaginative design concepts, that it would be inappropriate or inequitable to deny this project. I can pull up the findings in the resolution, but you have to make each of those findings. With a PD rezone, there's a lot of discretion, to be frank. But that being said, if you and the council were to deny the PD rezone, they could simply come in again with a new application that provided more parking, and they wouldn't need a rezone at all. So you do have the purview to deny the rezoning if you don't feel that it satisfies the requirements for a PD rezone. But understand that that's the only reason they need it is because they don't provide enough parking. As for air quality, are we required to analyze cumulative impacts? Absolutely. Yeah, the thing about air quality is it is somewhat inherently cumulative. And if Brianna Bohanic is still on the line, maybe she could help me out with this. But our threshold of significance is whether the project would result in a cumulatively considerable net increase of any criteria pollutant. So in section 2.3 of the MND, that's the analysis we did. We looked at not just the data center, but also impacts from surrounding uses. Now, as I said earlier, we got a comment letter from BACMA saying we didn't sufficiently consider the impact of other diesel generators in the vicinity. And so we revised our health risk assessment to incorporate those additional diesel generators. But maybe Brianna Bohanic could give a little bit more detailed explanation of what the cumulative impacts analysis includes, if she's still on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Yeah, so when we talk about air quality, I think it's first important to think about, we're talking about two different things. So there's just sort of what you would call pollution. There's particulates going into the environment. And then within that, there is a health risk assessment that looks specifically at the impact of that on human health. For both of those, just objectively, how much pollutant is going into the air and how does that affect human health? We have absolutely done a cumulative impact analysis. It's actually kind of similar to the way traffic analysis is done in the sense that, as Xander said, it's a whole system. You can't look at air quality on a project by project basis, right? You're talking about an air basin. And that's why the way that we look at it is always cumulative. We're looking at, is the project compatible with the applicable clean air plan? So to do that, we go to BACMID. They've done the planning. They know how much pollutant emissions we can have in the air basin and still meet the state and federal thresholds for clean air. They have numeric thresholds. And so we check, and as long as the project is in line with those thresholds, we know that cumulatively it's been planned for within the air basin. And it's very similar for human health.
Oh, okay. So if I can ask a couple questions. When we look at cumulative, are we looking at the entire city?
Larger, it's a larger area. It's the air basin.
Area.
Yes.
I see. And does it take into effect how long all these diesels may turn on simultaneously?
It's a good question. So again, we follow BACMID's CEQA guidelines. So that accepts certain types of use. So the way that it's looked at is through the lens of BACMID permitting. We first look at the 50 hours per year that BACMID would allow by default in their permitting. And then we go backwards from there to make sure that the project is not going to create more pollution than BACMID would allow. And that's how we get to those 11 hours per year per generator. So it's a very thoughtful number. It's based on a lot of science, a lot of modeling to make sure that this project is not a polluting project in the eyes of BACMID.
So 50 hours per year and 11 hours per year per generator. That sounds like a a normal course of business where the power goes down maybe periodically. But what if there's a catastrophic power outage like we've been seeing all over California?
Xander, would you like me to start?
I'll just throw in one sentence and then you can take over. CEQA does not require that we look at emergency conditions. So for data centers, we never look at power outages. To analyze an impact, you need to have something that's regular, expected, or easily quantifiable. A power outage is speculative. So under CEQA, we're simply not able to examine that as part of the analysis.
So when we're saying we're not allowed to examine, that means it's not within the Power Planning Commission's purview to say yay or nay, we want to consider such and such factor.
Well, that would be, you would be asking us to change our threshold of significance. We've never looked at emergency conditions as part of a CEQA analysis. And that's a bigger conversation, changing our threshold.
Oh, and that threshold is the city gets to decide what the thresholds are, right?
Yes.
But that's something that the council decides, or?
Well, sure. You recall last year we adopted a new threshold of significance for transportation, for vehicle miles traveled. We moved from LOS to VMT. So that's, we brought the new threshold to Planning Commission and then to City Council, and then they adopted it. So if we wanted to have a new way of evaluating emergency impacts that departed from the normal procedure, that is a policy call the city could make.
Right, but that will be for future project. Something that we can do for the future. It will be inappropriate to do that for what we're reviewing today.
Right, this is not the time to change the thresholds of significance. You can disagree with the conclusions that this document reaches. You can decide you believe that there is a significant impact, but it's not the time to rewrite the thresholds. That's correct.
Significant impact based on what grounds? Do we have any grounds to find?
Well,
that?
I'm not the decision maker. In my opinion, the MND is accurate and there's a less than significant impact in all areas. But I think you've heard testimony from the other commissioners tonight that some disagree with that on a number of bases.
Okay, what I'm hearing is there's no wiggle room.
You can disagree with the resolution, which says that based on your independent judgment, you agree with the MND and there's a less than significant impact in all impact areas.
Okay, I understand. Thank you very much. I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Pocket of mute. I understand. Thank you. I didn't see other hands, so of course I see one more now, but I'm going to speak now. Yeah, I feel a great deal of energy being being generated through this particular issue of this one site, which is actually bridging out into a number of other bigger scale issues about data centers in the Valley and data centers in Santa Clara specifically. And I really have to be careful because my personal research, which is not scientific by any stretch, I have found that the 1 year's worth of generator testing for diesel generators on that particular or for this kind of a site is less than 1 hour's worth of natural traffic pollution that we receive from Central Expressway. So with the number of trucks and cars and things going by. So I'm a little worried that we want to make sure we keep it all in scale. I am concerned, as Commissioner Chiriku has said, that we're turning our city into a data center, that it's becoming nothing but data centers for our big chunk of our industrial space. I understand the appeal of Silicon Valley Power. It's not necessarily the green, it's more the cost that is attractive to any data center that's watching the dollars. But we have to be careful that we don't fall on the wrong area to object to. It's less about the pollution and more about the way the city is evolving that concerns me. We aren't a bedroom community, but at the same time, we're not inspiring business. We're not inspiring employment and growth in a large chunk of our community. We're not inspiring things that make a healthy community. We're becoming a big battery. And that's something I worry about going forward I have been worried about for a long time, but I'm seeing it actually kind of continuing on even while I'm on the commission. I can't deny it. I can't find a good reason to deny this project, but I'm hoping that we can find our way of addressing this going forward and recommend to council to find incentives for other forms of business to go into these locations that compete with the concept of a data center. Hopefully we can find that as a commission or entertain it through staff and bring those kind of recommendations forward to the council for their review. Anyway, that's my 2 cents worth, which is kind of a wishy-washy. I'm sorry. Like I said, I don't find reason to deny this project, but I do find concern for our whole city going forward. And this is going to be a poster child for what's taking us down the wrong path for the long term. All right, Commissioner. Actually, I saw Biagini go up first, and then, or Rena, actually, did you have something you wanted to add? And then we'll go to the commissioners again.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair Salim. And no, I know there's been a lot of passionate concern about the information provided just in relationship to the large number of data centers in Santa Clara, specifically in northern Santa Clara. And I really understand a lot of where that sentiment is coming from, you know, as a city planner. I really understand that. I just wanted to provide a little bit of context for this particular application that's here tonight, because they have the fortune of being in front of a map of all these data centers and somehow being responsible for answering for all the data centers in the city. And I do want to share that when staff looks at proposals, we look at the policy direction that we get from our city council, right? So when we are evaluating proposals, we look to our general plan, we look to our zoning ordinance, we look to CEQA, which is, you know, state guidelines and such. So those are the things that brought this application here with the recommendation that you have here. And a lot of staff time was put into trying to improve a very functional building, which is, I think, always challenging with data centers because they have a particular non-human activity use on the inside. And so it is always a challenge for us to make them even appealing, which is, I understand why the general concern about having so many and, you know, the impact from an urban planning standpoint, you know, is a real, you know, question for a part of this city, which I really do appreciate. Just to speak a little bit to some of the other issues, I spent a lot of my career in economic development, and I do want to share that data centers are often courted by cities. because they do generate a fair amount of revenue to cities to support the general fund. And I think we can provide more information about specifics so people understand that. I'm not making a pitch for more data centers, but I am just trying to provide a different perspective on like some of the other side of data centers that we didn't talk about today. Also, it is a use that doesn't generate much traffic. So we have a lot of activity happening in terms of providing industrial support for our Silicon Valley. There's a lot of reasons, and it's not just SVP. We're in Silicon Valley. There's a trunk line to fiber and to networks and all of that. So there are some locational reasons why people want to be in this area in general. The other thing is reliability. So I think there's been a lot of concerns about when power goes out, right? And these generators pump up. You know, what's that situation? We heard from Xander about the CEQA context for that, given our current, and as far as I know, really any city that I'm aware of. But I'm really speaking without a lot of research on that. This is just my general knowledge where other cities land in terms of what they see as like thresholds. However, I can say I am aware that SVP has a lot of reliability and tremendously more than our neighboring competitor utilities. So that is something that I do feel like we can get you information on related to statistics on power outages. If that's something, I mean, I'm assuming SVP would provide that kind of, I don't really always know that some of this information is sensitive, but I think we can provide that kind of level of information for the commission. And then, you know, I just want to share that when we talk about changing direction, and we're in that business a lot, right? We need to move things forward in terms of bringing new policies. We try to do that in a way that doesn't just flip a switch overnight. We really do try to get input from stakeholders, to ask experts, to get input from the community, all of that. And so that's what I kind of, you know, I just want to share that. I think that you certainly can give your opinion about the map and everything you saw. I just would like, you know, to share that perspective with you for the application that's in front of you today and how you could consider the map that you saw and how that project kind of fits into a pipeline that's been moving forward with a policy direction that's already in place. So those are the comments that I just felt like, and trying to answer some of the questions that were raised.
Okay, thank you. I do understand it's a tough situation. Okay, Commissioner Chair Kuru, then Akazi, then Biagini.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Rena, for that very thoughtful, eloquent response. I respectfully disagree. I do not believe that the CEQA document here addressed cumulative impacts. And I can pull aesthetics, I can pull greenhouse gas emissions. I hear you. And so to answer the question raised earlier by Commissioner Akazi, yes, if we find that the M&D, like Xander was trying to explain, that the M&D does not, Planning Commission does have the ability. And I agree that I'm not using this application to stir the hornet's nest of everything past. That's not my role or goal. I am specifically, as a land use planner, as a public agency representative from the past, know that I am focusing on this application. And I do not believe that this application, with all the other studies pending, has done its due diligence. You mentioned SVP is still studying. The noise ordinance is not, the noise study or the enforcement of noise on the cumulative impact is not vetted. And there was one more study that is still underway, the acoustic analysis. And the when you talk about traffic, thank you, traffic study, it wasn't even necessary for a 10-trip generation. Thank you for doing that, that's cute. But in the day where we are seeing substantial reduction in car traffic because of more and more companies adopting remote telework, that hopefully will allow for much reduced traffic levels. So the comparison there, we can definitely see drop over the future, and it hopefully becomes a thing of the past, because as many of you, if you're watching the real estate, you'll know that many companies are dropping their buildings left, right, and center. That said, when we look at the cumulative impact again of the urban, the infrastructure, I do not believe that this addressed or did due diligence, because you looked at it as an application. You looked at it within 1,000 feet radius, maybe. You did not look at it as a region. And thanks, Brianna, I think you tried to address it, but I don't think you did actual justification from a CEQA standpoint. But that said, I will abide by whatever the Planning Commission decision is. Thank you.
Okay, I think I said Casey and then Jeannie.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Rena. Your thoughtful opinion, it gave me more things to think about. Mainly that the data center is a coveted development project, a type of project coveted by a lot of communities. And in the past, I think, data center did a lot for Santa Clara, because they have been a great customer for our power utility, and they enabled our utilities to provide electricity at very good, much lower prices. We know that how much people in our neighboring cities pay for their PG&E. So, it has given us a real tangible benefit. But I believe that the role of the Planning Commission is to represent the residents and to provide input as residents or representative of the residents on the future direction of how the city should develop and what kind of projects we want to bring into our city. And as such, I think, maybe this is time to look at whether we want to change our policies on data centers. Maybe a review on the hearing. This hearing is not an appropriate forum, but maybe it's something that we need to look at, because every time in recent months, every time we talk about have a hearing on data centers, we keep hearing about these concerns, and it's not just us, but I'm hearing this from the council members as well. So maybe I'm thinking that maybe firstly, I'd like to know whether this is something that can be addressed in the zoning update that we're about to work on, or we're working on, or the city is working on. And secondly, I think we have budgets for training sessions. So can we hire a consultant and have them give us presentations on pros and cons of having approving a data center in our city? I think it might be a very appropriate topic for one of our study sessions, especially since our agenda has been light in recent months. If you could, I'd like to hear from Jander about the zoning, and with Rena about whether we can do a training. Thank you.
Well, the zoning is a quick answer. Yes, of course. When that comes before you, it's a checkbox of this use is allowed in this zone and not in this zone. So it'll come before you. You can strike out data centers. But I'm sure that's a bigger conversation with all the stakeholders that Rena would want to have. I'm sure our applicant would be very concerned about such a dramatic move, but certainly that's a part of the zoning ordinance update.
Got it. Thank you. And about the training?
Yeah. Commissioner Casey, the concept of training for an idea like this is really great. I have to say, I'm kind of personally stumped. Santa Clara is a unique situation with, like I was saying, most cities actually court data centers. So I don't know if I'm going to find a consultant who can give us like a pro-con list, because they're mostly going to give us pros. But what we can try and do, I don't know, I'm going to need a little bit more time to think about it, because, you know, there's certainly cons, which you all have labeled, and you actually know them better than many communities because we have this abundant thing, right? So it's more, if there are specific aspects of the data center world that you guys would like more information on, like that might be a better course, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to actually find someone who can do the pro con for us.
I can think of a couple of things. Economic impact, environmental impact, the issues that have been raised in today's hearing. And I think just because everybody else wants it, we should want it also. I think what makes sense for us right now is to have a objective analysis on the issue so that we can make a good decision. So that we won't be making these decisions based on inertia. You know, we did it in the past, so we're going to keep doing it, or no, we don't think it's a good idea because it doesn't feel right, so we're not going to do it anymore. I think we need to have an analysis. Thank you.
Sure. It's more that I couldn't find a specific one shop person who would do a training like this. So it's more an array of consultants who would combine together, and we might need to do something like a more elaborate RFP to do an analysis on like our specific policy question.
Right.
So I like the idea of training. Let me think about it, but it might be more about like, let's learn about let's tackle noise with data centers and learn a lot about noise, like, or let's tackle like, what's the most environmentally advanced technologies with data centers. I think those kind of subject kind of things are something that I could tackle in the near term, but something more comprehensive would be harder to arrange without a lot more time.
I personally think it's worth it because we just have so many and they're so important to our city.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to move on to Commissioner Biagini, but I want to throw one horribly strained analogy into this. I feel like we're a family in a 3-bedroom house, and we just got a luxury car in the driveway that's a data center. And then year after year, we look out and there's another luxury car. Now we have a street full of 54 luxury cars in our 3-bedroom house. We haven't got any room to add anything. We're filling up our space with data centers. And it's a tremendous accomplishment for a city to get a data center. When does it stop being an accomplishment to get 54 data centers? And when you say now our community is a data center and it's no longer a community. So that's what I'm concerned about. You'll hear that going forward. Commissioner Biagini.
No, Chair, my thoughts exactly. Thank you.
That's not such a bad analogy, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, it's not such a bad analogy. And Rena and Xander, I really appreciate your comments. Here's the struggle I'm having. There's some very specific items with respect to tonight. I haven't forgotten that, Xander, you were saying need to add the finding about the 18 hours change to 11. I hear what the comment from the public from Sam Liu, who's talking about why not go ahead and use renewable diesel fuel now instead of waiting. But I also understand from the documentation that it may not be readily available. Nor maybe can it meet the fuel needs of the project right now. Okay, so does that mean we put, I don't know, a good analogy. Lance, you're better at that than me. Does that mean we put a Band-Aid called a condition of approval that says, okay, as soon as it's available, you have to immediately use it? It feels like we're stuck a little in the middle of traffic, okay? Things are changing. Rules and regs are changing, but right now, if I understand you correctly, Xander, what we have in front of us is either recommend adopting the MND, approve the rezoning, or deny the rezoning. And if we deny the rezoning, if I'm understanding this correctly, All the applicant need do then is go back and reapply, and instead of PD to PD, maybe go PD to the light industrial, and then throw in a couple of variances and come back that way, which just means a whole lot more time and the rest of it. Where I think I'm hearing comments from my fellow commissioners that say, wait, I'm not sure I have enough of the adequate information to make a decision on this project short of additional information that deals with environmental concerns and noise concerns in this current arena of changing legislation that we know is coming. So I feel kind of at a loss. I mean, there's a part of me that almost wonders if the way out of this concern is to say, okay, can we just hold for now until we get a little more data? And I know the comment is going to be, hey, how do we know when this criteria, when the new CAP plan is going to be there? All right, can we do that? Can we sit there and make a condition of approval that says, hey, you're going to have to retrofit every time a new change comes in, whether it's city, county, local, state, or federal, which is going to be a lot more cost, associated with the applicant than just doing it this way to begin with, except doing it this way to begin with is the unknown. I don't know. Help. Is that an easy question?
I can give you a little help. I'm not sure how much help I can give you. First of all, do you have time to stop this, to slow things down? No, you have 35 days after the close of the public hearing to render a recommendation to the city council, or it's automatically a recommendation of denial. So the public hearing, you don't have time on this project. You can
it's like a pocket veto if we don't.
Exactly. You can recommend approval or denial now. I guess continue it 2 weeks, but I don't know that that'll give you the information you need. As far as the comments by Sam Liu about the diesel-free by 33 initiative and maybe switching to renewable fuel, I would just point out to you that the Bay Area Air Quality Management District raised that same issue, the diesel-free by 33 initiative. And what they asked was that in order to achieve that the developer consider switching to solar battery power, fuel cells, or Tier 4 generators. Now tonight you heard, and I had the developer repeat, I was so surprised, they are committing to Tier 4 generators. So if the commission ends up recommending approval, you may want to consider adding a condition of approval to make that a requirement, include those Tier 4 generators, because that would help promote the diesel-free by 33 initiative, according to the Bay Area Air Quality Management District.
It's helpful.
Beyond that, I don't know what I have for you. maybe Rena has additional comments.
This is really an extremely difficult decision because there is no question, both Xander and Rena, I understand the benefit to a city. I understand why data centers are that luxury automobile, but it's more than just that. That's the struggle. Rena?
Okay, well, before we bounce around too much, I've been holding off Brianna and Commissioner Hong, who have their hands up as well. If Rena's comments are short, then we can do that and then move to Brianna and Commissioner Hong.
No problem. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Biagini, I don't have a lot to say because you're sort of asking me to solve your problem for you. And I can't do that, but I can just, once again, ask that you tackle the specific questions of this proposal. It sounds like the diesel generator issue is something that you're concerned with. And there might be other specifics, but my request to the broader commission is that if this map is what is fueling a lot more issues, which I know it's beyond this map, you guys have raised these concerns about this situation for a while. So it's not just the map, but it's, the prevalence of data centers in Santa Clara. I do ask that you provide commentary to the council about the issue and that we get policy direction to address the issue. So that's my only suggestion, and sorry I can't be more helpful.
Okay, thank you. It's hard to provide commentary since we don't seem to have any direct communication to the council. We communicate to them through our decisions, and that's unfortunate because our concerns are more of a meta level of how the city is developing. So at some point when we have an opportunity to speak with the council directly, maybe we can address that as a concern. Anyway.
Just one
Yeah.
question for Xander, actually. I mean, there is the prerogative of the Planning Commission to send comments to the council. Isn't there, outside of just a decision on a project?
Well, sure, they could have 3 motions, a motion on the M&D, a motion on the rezone, and then a motion to submit the following comments to the city council, XYZ. Certainly that's within their power.
Yeah, I think this the comments would be outside the scope of this project, though, and it would be somewhat unfair to burden this project with our general concerns. Hopefully, there's another mechanism we can employ to communicate general concerns without labeling any one particular project as the demon. If you have any advice on that, I'll be listening.
Well, I do have one other thing to say. So since this is a PD zoning, it's going to go to council, right? So you guys have a recommendation. I can work to provide as much of a robust discussion in the write-up that we do from the Planning Commission to the City Council to outline the issues that were raised tonight around planning about data centers and the request of the Planning Commission, you know, should you actually say this, right? You know, we can also communicate information that way as well. I'm just thinking of the current channels we use. So I just am sharing, you know, what we have available.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult to sit behind a closed door and throw notes over the top of the door and say, here. Yeah. All right.
The staff report can provide a robust discussion of the Planning Commission's concerns.
Thank you. That would be very helpful. There's plenty of content, so you know, I think we could pull out quite a comment section for this. I'm sorry, I don't want us to feel like we've drilled in too hard on this. It's going to be a big issue, and we want to give it full attention. But let's not hold up this one project. Hopefully, Brianna, did you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you. I just there was a statement earlier about a noise study potentially being pending, and I know it was part of a larger concern about perhaps studies still being pending or not completed for the project. So I just thought I might be able to kind of close that loop. What particular study is thought to be still pending or incomplete?
If you go to slide, I think it's more the acoustic analysis. If I'm answering it out of turn, sorry, Chair, but I think it was a question about something that I raised. And I believe
it's also my question when we were talking about getting the map prepared, the aggregate effect of the data centers near borders to residential communities. I'm less concerned about the effects within the region. I am more concerned only with the effects across the edges of our developments.
Got it. So just so that I understand, it's that there's been a request to create a noise study that would look at the effect of all of the data center noise outside of just this project.
Yeah, I think that would be a way to succinctly put it.
Can I just, because I think I need to provide a little clarity on the work that's being done.
Yes.
So the staff, you know, we've engaged, and this is in relationship to we've gotten a lot of community concerns about noise at night that kind of started during this pandemic experience. And we've been trying to investigate it, made a lot of attempts, but obviously we're not acoustical engineers. And so we have contracted with acoustical firm to have sound sensors placed in a fixated way 24/7 on multiple different sources so that we can have them understand the noise source, they also have a way to kind of do a fingerprint on noise, to know the technology is there now related to frequencies and such, where they can say, the noise from this thing is not the noise that you're hearing here, because I know sometimes noise can be confusing. So I just want, you know, that work is just starting. It's, you know, it'll take a look at this whole situation. I do have to say that this is a relatively new issue, as in we've obviously had data centers here for decades, but this has really arisen recently. And it might be related to other things that are going on, like actually changes in weather patterns and stuff. That's something that our noise consultant has said that could be a factor. So they're going to kind of look at that as well so that we can understand the issue more holistically.
Yeah, even if you just look at the collection of data centers near Bowers and Walsh, and it being directly across from residential areas, you have to know that logically, any one of those is not going to be extremely noisy. But when you collect up the 12 or so, 14 data centers that are right in that particular collection, that will create an aggregate effect that you have to have a noise study on to understand. And the neighbors across the way will have some comment. So thank you.
Thank you. I do just want to say that the noise study for each project that we do a CEQA analysis for, it does look at exactly that. It looks at audible noise, not just at the project site, but at sensitive receptors nearby. The way that we account for that is we go and see how loud is it, right? How loud is it now with all of those data centers operating? And then we add the new data centers noise on top of that and see what will the noise levels be at those sensitive receptors. So I would thank you for letting me, I just wanted to close the loop on that and explain that it is a part of the standard CEQA analysis that we do.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hong?
Yeah, actually, first the question is, yeah, for the noise level, it's normally for normal operation, right? It's not for the emergency. Turn on the generators, right? That's the question for call site. My second thought is, let's see, if we look at the map, right? This tonight we are talking about this project. Let's see if we deny the application, what kind of building should be there? Not a data center. I don't think it's it's good for mom and pop store also, right? If you look at the location, what kind of building do we expect to be there, or just let's sit there vacant, right? So personally, I think it's I think it's good to build a data center there. The reason is, CoreSite, they have multiple data center building there already. I think if they close by as a cluster, probably it's more efficient. I think the key issue is the generator, right? It's generate noise and air pollution. So I think probably the key is how to minimize those negative impact. Right now, they agreed to lower the testing time to 11 hours per unit per year. Probably I need to learn more to see for tier 4, tier 2, whatever generators, exactly how much time do they need, right, to do the testing. Yeah, this location you can see, it's mainly surrounded by office buildings, and the daycare center is really close. but I don't know if that center opens during the weekend or not, right? If it's closed during the weekend, probably they can test their generators over the weekend. But nobody can guarantee the generator won't operate in emergency time, right? That could happen anytime. So yeah, it's a tough decision, but unless we say from now on, Santa Clara won't build data center anymore, yeah, that makes sense, right? You can deny it. If we cannot make this kind of decision, I don't see any reason we deny this application.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah, actually, one more thing is I think probably we can talk to Silicon Valley Power to see what's the reason for power outage, right? I mean, what's the cost? Then maybe that's my point. I always look things positive, right? We always improve our system, right? It's of course something could happen, but I think everybody is working hard to make it better. So that's why, yeah, probably I will talk to SVP more to see what we can do, right? And some people mentioned, right? If they can reduce the power outage time, then probably we have some better solution to replace or reduce the generator's operation time. Yeah.
Okay.
So, thank you. That's it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I kind of agree, but at the same time, I'm starting to hear a lot of concern around the generators. I'm hoping that we all can keep in mind the scale of the issue versus the scope that we're talking about, because I don't think the generators are going to run very often, and they're not going to run for very long. It's a concern, but in the scope of the situation, they're probably less of a concern than what Chair Kuru was pointing out, in that the city's landscape is being turned into a data center. So if we make sure that we focus on the biggest issue, the one that has the biggest impact, that'll help us as a commission make the best recommendations we can to the council. I think we're all moving in the right direction. I just hope that we keep track of the big focus. If that is our consensus, that we can have some concern over the overall number of data centers and our dependence on data centers as a form of city income, it might help us to be able to do a better job recommending what we hope to see happen in the future. I don't see any more hands, which is, I was surprised, but excellent. Is there any other comment by staff before we move to a vote on the two pieces of this?
I have no other comments. This is Rena.
Okay, thank you. Xander, do you have any sage advice to offer? No?
Live long and prosper.
Yeah, thank you. If we can. So which of the two pieces are we going to make a motion on first? I think it's the mitigated.
Yes, the environmental and mitigated negative declaration.
Okay. Do I hear a motion on the mitigated negative declaration? From any commissioner?
Okay, I make a motion to approve the
mitigated negative declaration.
Yeah.
MND. Any seconds? This could be a long meeting with a very short result if I don't hear a second. Well, I'm going to second it then. I think I can. And then we'll get a vote, and that way we'll move forward.
And just in case it passes, may I ask for clarification, Mr. Chair?
We're
Commissioner-
moving to approve the mitigated negative declaration for this project, which is the data center. Oh my gosh, and I've buried my windows.
Right, and just to clarify, it's a resolution to recommend that the city council approve.
Yeah.
mitigated
Yes.
negative declaration. And Commissioner Huang, did you mean to include in your motion
Yes.
the mitigation measure AQ2 as revised is just as effective as mitigation measure AQ2 as originally circulated?
I thought we needed
Yes.
to do that separately.
No, that's a part of this motion. It's all in one. This is the approval of the MND.
Okay, that sounds like.
Because frankly, it should have been in the reso, and I just caught this morning that it wasn't, so that's why I'm having you add it now. So we'll revise the reso in the event that this actually passes.
Okay.
May I ask if this is the resolution where that generator type will be applicable, or is that for the PD part? The zoning part?
That would be in the zoning part, Commissioner.
Oh, okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, so just to clarify, Commissioner Huang agreed to that change to add the
Yes,
language about the mitigation measure, and Commissioner Salim agreed as well. Okay,
Yes.
great.
I think we both agreed to add that as a part of the motion.
So we're ready to take the vote, and this is alternative 1 to adopt the reso, to adopt the MND and the MMRP, correct?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
this is going to be an interesting vote tonight.
Commissioner Biagini,
No.
Commissioner Cherukuru,
No.
Commissioner Wang,
Yes.
Commissioner Ikezi,
Yes.
Commissioner Salim,
Yes.
thank you.
Vote is 3-2, so the motion fails under
Yep.
City Code 10003.
So the proposal will go to the
Wait a minute.
council as a disallow.
Xander, can I clarify with, do we have 4 members voting or 5? Because isn't that a recommendation to approve?
No,
3 to 2?
you need 4 yeses.
You need 4 yeses, but perhaps there's another motion that someone will propose.
Okay.
This might not be the end of this issue, I don't know.
Now, you're saying we need 4 because we have 1 abstention. Is that the reason? I thought, or 1 recusal?
We always need 4.
Always need that's the charter. You always need 4 votes for all actions. Charter's 1003. A majority of the entire membership of the body is required to take any action.
Okay, I thought we only had to have 4 when it was, all right.
No, I'm completely certain on this.
Yeah, I've had that beaten into my head a number of times over the years now. Yeah, it's 4 whether or not we're missing people. So,
If, through the chair, Priya,
yes.
if I may offer a motion, it's very rare that we do this, but we have done this in the past where we refer the application decision directly to City Council with just all our concerns stated.
I'll second that.
Yes, you guys can do that, but you haven't voted on the other resolutions yet?
Yeah,
Unless
and
that's what
Xander
Amanda
can,
has approved.
Xander, I think we've set a past project history. I don't know if I'm recollecting correctly, but maybe you can confirm where we said we're not able to make a decision because we were not.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
correct.
that has happened in the past, yeah.
Yeah, in the past, when you can't reach an agreement, you have forwarded things with no recommendation to the city council. Just keep in mind that under the city code, if you don't say yes or no within 35 days, it will be interpreted as a recommendation of denial. So
Okay.
yes, they'll have the statement in front of them that says you have no recommendation, but technically it's a recommendation of denial.
Do you think this application is scheduled for city council sometime soon thereafter, that it's within the 35 days?
It doesn't matter when the city council has it. It's just if you haven't acted within 35 days of the close of the public hearing, then it's an automatic denial.
Yeah, but it'll go to city council for its final decision anyway within the 35 days, which may basically moots planning commission's decision. How does it matter from the charter perspective? City council is the final approving body.
Yes, they will take your recommendations under consideration, I hope.
Well, as
I was just clarifying.
As I understand it, we are making a statement at the very nature of our votes saying that we have not got a clear decision, and
Yes.
with abstentions, recusals, we are caught to the situation of 3-2. That in itself is a statement, and hopefully they will understand that. Maybe that can be communicated to them at the meeting.
All right, so far we have no action taken on the MND because the motion failed. A new motion to recommend
To city council, the decision on the MND and the resolutions deferred to the city since planning commission could not achieve its, full vote, whatever you want to call it, majority vote, with the stated concerns, including the city's long-term policy driving data centers, to the prescription or addressing of noise and generator diesel emission concerns. And I'll throw in aesthetics because that is something that gnawed at me in the end, and that may be a better aesthetic resolution than the box that we have currently. I gave it a shot.
If
And
that can
that's
be put
some-
into a motion, we need a second still.
I'll second it, but I would ask for a friendly amendment, Priya, to drop the aesthetics part, because I actually think it's a heck of a lot better than most I've seen.
And in this instance, I will accept the friendly amendment.
I really also wanted to remind you that it will go to the Architectural Review Committee as it is now. So if there's concerns, there'll be opportunities for us or anyone who attends, including the public, to address that. And
The
hopefully that
Development
will be-
Review Committee, yes, thank you.
Development Review, yeah, right.
Okay.
Okay. For my legal comfort, I always want separate motions on the environmental document and rezone. So it sounds like you're combining them both here.
I think we needed to have a motion and vote on the rezoning separately of the other motion, which was a recommendation, as I understand it. And you can correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I like that idea, but I mean, we don't have to do it in that order strictly. We could proceed with Commissioner Chirakuru's motion at this time, and then back to the rezone.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is basically, and correct me please, to refer the application direct to council with the following concerns stated: the city's long-term policy driving data centers, addressing noise concerns and generators diesel emissions. Is that?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Biagini?
Yes.
Commissioner Chirakuru?
Yes.
Commissioner Wang?
No.
Commissioner Ikezi?
Yes.
Chair Salem?
Yes.
Thank you.
So apparently it did pass with the required 4.
Now, if you would
Now
go
we-
to the motion of making a motion on the rezone, please, even though it may be futile.
Yeah, I don't want to prejudge. I think the rezoning can be taken separately. Do I hear a motion to approve or deny the rezoning?
You want me to give it a shot again, Chair?
Go for it.
And I'm open to this again, but we could use the same recommendation to punt the rezone to City Council. It's a cop out in my own simple words, but in this instance, I think it would be appropriate because it in essence is a moot point for a very minor reasons, PD to PD. It would have been slightly different if it was something substantial. So that's my only recommendation, that we refer the application directly to City Council under the same guide concern stated with the MND.
I'm going to second that. And the reason being, I don't have a particular heartburn over PD to PD, but it's the other stuff that would hinge on this. So I'm going to second that motion.
So the motion is to refer the rezone application to City Council with the same 3 reasons on the previous motion, correct?
Correct. Was it 3 or 2?
It was 3. City long-term policy driving data centers, addressing noise concerns, and generator diesel emissions.
And
But
with,
not aesthetics.
with no recommendation as to approval or denial.
Correct.
Right.
So in theory, we can
PC.
agree to this motion without actually approving.
Yeah. God.
Commissioner Biagini,
Yes.
Commissioner Cherukuru,
Yes.
Commissioner Wang,
No.
Commissioner Ikezi,
Yes.
Chair Salem,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, well, it passes in the form that it is going to the commission. So I'll apologize slightly to our applicant that they've been swept into this, but I hope that they will be able to have their second opportunity with the council to state their case. So I think that's the end of that item. And we now can actually fall back to our original agenda position.
Can we take a quick health break? Quick.
Yes, of course. I believe that's fairly reasonable. How about let's see, what time is it? 9:07. How about back by 9:15?
Sounds good to me.
So we're going to stand in recess until 9:15. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
So we should be down to the public hearing. I think we're left it at the budget.
I don't think we did training.
Travel was not addressed
Travel
yet.
and training.
Travel and
Travel
training reports is where we're at.
Yeah.
Okay. Have we lost our chair?
I think so.
He's on mute.
I'm talking to
There you are.
stupid mute. Anyway, so yes, we're definitely on the talk about training because Nancy Hero and I were at the training and probably wanted to comment a little bit on it so people understand that its value. I'm going to let Nancy go first because she had some good points to make. So.
Okay, thank you, Chair. This is the second year in a row that I've gone to the Planning Commission Training Academy, and I'm going to say this again. It is so worth it. Even though one of the classes from last year was repeated this year, I think, well, what I shared with Lance a bit ago was that, you know, it's kind of like trying to learn a new language in 3 days. I mean, there's so much tossed at you, well, this case 4 days. There's so much tossed at you to try to assimilate it all can be a little difficult. But even though one class was a repeat, the nuts and bolts of CEQA, I actually got more out of it this time than I did the last time. They had a couple of really nice elements to this one. Instead of 3 days running, it was a day and a half a day, the following week, another day and a half a day. And you didn't have to pick which session you went into during a time frame. There was only one for each time frame. Something that they did that I thought was really nice was they had morning chats in the beginning. I think that allowed for people to network with their peers in other cities. Another thing that I thought was really good, they had, okay, these weren't members of the Screen Actors Guild, but they had several folks that put this on for the League of Cities that did a mock planning commission meeting, and watching how they rolled through all of the things that come up. And of course they had the attorney, they had their Xander that would steer them straight. I mean, it was really helpful for me to see that some of the things that we face and the questions that we have are not unique. I don't want to belabor it anymore, but they did have, that was a really good, useful session. A mock of a planning commission with anything and everything that can go wrong. Did you want to say anything, Lance or Ricky? Those are the things I wanted to mention.
I wanted to jump on it and go, everything you said, yes. And now to give fair play to the negative side, they really need to work on their organization a little bit because we had reasonably long sessions, but never enough time for Q&A. Too much gap between the sessions. I don't need 45 minutes between sessions. I need to stay focused because I'm blocking the day off for this. And the funny thing was some of the meatiest parts of the sessions were so condensed. You almost needed somebody to like slow it down to half speed and listen to it again, just so you have a chance of figuring out all the rules, regulations, definitions. I can't even remember. What was the name of the speaker? Do you remember?
I don't know, but I remember him. He spoke so fast you couldn't even understand half of what he was saying because he talked that fast.
Yeah,
Whoa.
and she's not exaggerating. It went by so fast your brain melted. But the good news is all this stuff is recorded and you can go back and look at it again and stop it where you need to and look something up. But yeah, it was an exceptionally good session for me being the first time there. And I highly recommend it to any new commissioners that come on. I haven't fully fed my feedback to them yet, but I will, and I'll ask them to please, you know, devote like 35–40% of the time to Q&A because so much information was lost because the Q&A went into the text, into the Q&A window. Some comments were made on it, and when the meeting is over, everything's gone. Boom, you couldn't even go back and read everything that got added. So you tend to feel like you've lost something if you didn't try and multitask and read and listen at the same time. And yeah, excellent process though. Excellent.
Elizabeth, if it's helpful, I'll print out all the PowerPoints from the various sessions because I think they're helpful. If nothing else, you'll know what it is you don't know so you can research further. and you can share it with the other commissioners.
I'm going to share the links that you provided to me in an email, but typically LCC does post all the PowerPoint. So I would hate for you to send it to me. Maybe we should wait a week or two and check their website.
Okay, sounds
But thank
good.
you. I'll be in touch with you on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Elizabeth.
So, Commissioner Hero, did you feel like you got something, and was it okay for you?
I felt like the whole thing was way over my head, Lance, to be honest with you. They could have been speaking a foreign language, and they were speaking a foreign language, just because, you know, I'm not familiar with the nomenclature or even the whole planning culture. And when they offered the class, which was nuts and bolts, I was thinking that it was going to be entry-level stuff, and it was already way over my head, way past me. And the one thing that I thought of was there were a lot of new commissioners in that training. I mean, a lot. I wasn't the only one. And I know that I'm not the only one that felt that way. I felt like I was swimming in the ocean by myself, you know. But just wanted to throw that out there. I was hoping there would be some more remedial training that a guy like me could go through just for the fundamentals, you know. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Oh, I can totally sympathize. A little over a year ago, we had that kind of an issue here, and I asked that we have a lot less TLAs because everything was acronyms for everything. And even they were doing that in the session too. So if you didn't have a clear idea what all these acronyms meant, you could get lost in the conversation, in the flow of the conversation. So it's probably going to be helpful to give them feedback that they need to have a really clear definition.
It's more to it than just the lack of understanding of the acronyms. I mean, how they are applicable. And the one guy talks so fast that in the comments, a guy made a comment about him taking another sip of coffee. Some guy went, "Did he just take another sip of coffee?" I was like, whoa, I can't believe it. I mean, he was just hard to understand, period, because he was so fast, you know.
It was
and
pretty
I
clear.
understand they have a timeline, and they, you know, these timelines are stringent. I get it, but you have to be able to at least understand what he's saying. I mean, he was like on one, unbelievable.
It was pretty clear he had about 2 hours of content and he had to fit it into 45 minutes. So he was pacing himself really fast. So yeah, totally agree.
It was
with you.
wild. Yeah.
But I'm really glad that my fellow commissioners had a chance to take the training, and I really recommend this for people who are just joining us, because as everyone said, there's a lot to learn. There's a steep learning curve. I didn't even realize when I joined the planning commission that the planners we work with, they have master's degree in planning. And this is a real professional discipline, and we're asked to step in as amateurs. So, I think we need to do everything we can to learn this so that we can have good discussions. So I really recommend taking training. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it was unanimous that this is a recommended training for any new commissioners. Or, it's sad to say, but even recurring commissioners who can learn something. They talked about new laws and the impacts, and they talked about things that are really current, that it's hard to get any other way. Xander does an outstanding job of keeping us current every year, but this was well organized and presented. Yeah, definitely. Excellent. Okay. So is there any other training or other things that we need to recommend or discuss? If not,
Hey, this is Rena.
Okay, go ahead.
Just kind of tearing off of our last hearing and the interest for training, I just wanted to take your feedback and have it be meaningful in like what I research. But I also wanted to share, again, what I don't think I'm going to find a one shop that can provide us a training on solving our issue. I think that if we take up policy changes, you know, the city would do like an RFP and probably get some consulting services that would be like very complementary, you know, but I'm just trying to be realistic on what you all would find useful in the way of data centers and training. And if I was going to research something, I have asked architects in the past for information about data centers and like unique data centers and things we could learn. I could take that up with them again. There were a couple who were possibly, you know, this was like a while ago, but, you know, I don't know if maybe trying to find some folks in the industry to talk about some of the most innovative technologies with data centers related to kind of environmental footprint. And that seems to be kind of a recurring topic. And maybe I could focus my energies on that. And then, you know, I think that the topic of noise is sort of a problem we're trying to uncover right now. So I don't know how much a consultant generally talking about the issue would be that relevant. It's sort of like we're out there putting like sensors in the ground. So I was just thinking in talking through this right now that maybe for me to try and find someone who can talk to some of the most innovative technologies with data centers now in terms of what they do with the environmental and green stuff, you know, so that if we're talking about diesel generators, if we're talking about batteries, if we're talking about cooling towers and water issues, and, you know, that's a very multifaceted issue in and of itself. But what do you guys think of a proposal like that, like me trying to find someone who can provide expertise on that topic?
Well, you froze up, but
You
I
guys
see
hear
maybe
me?
I can help out.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think some of the things we could benefit from is a better understanding of what equipment is actually generating the noise that we're tracking. Where is it in the data center's design?
Yeah, I can kind of speak to that already. It seems like the noise source for data centers is in two places. One, the diesel generators when they're being tested, but it's actually the rooftop equipment that is more of an ongoing noise source.
Sure.
And the challenge with that is that you can't completely, that equipment is meant to be ventilated, so you can't completely enclose it. But there are definitely technologies about the kind of equipment that they put up there. And, you know, obviously the more expensive equipment, I'm assuming, has also, you know, considerations for sound attenuation. But those are kind of economic factors, right? But obviously as planning commissioners, you guys are weighing that stuff. So, I mean, I can tell you just that basic answer, but if we want to, you know, I'm a little reluctant given the amount of investment we have on trying to address the specific issue on noise.
Yeah, I think part of what we could benefit from is, of course, the cooling towers and the various ventilation systems they use for the data center to keep it cool. Yes, that's a known issue. If someone who's expert enough to understand the variation of that noise issue amongst the different data centers could make recommendations so that future data centers take advantage of the best solution, the best equipment, that would be a huge step for everybody, not just us, but for other applicants that want to build data centers. Part of it is rubber mounted positions for all of the ventilation systems, baffles. I understand this from my architecture days. It's not an easy problem to really make a building quiet, but it's much more expensive to go back and retrofit. If we discover that a vast majority of our data centers are huge noise producers, asking their owners to go back and retrofit with noise canceling and noise abating solutions is going to be a huge ask. But going forward, if we come in and we say, we expect this level of decibel reduction from all of your equipment, they buy it right the first time, and there's no conversation that needs to happen after that. They've got the solution. So,
yeah, Chair Salim, if it's about like bringing in expertise for us to understand that, on just like not our situational issue, right? But like noise and data centers and what's the best you can do.
Yeah.
I think I can certainly do what I can to research who those people are and try and find someone who can specifically talk about that.
Yeah, I'm hoping that this effort, which my other commissioners can chime in a little bit on, is not just for us. I think all of staff could benefit from this because you're going to have more of these projects in the future. It's not something I don't think the educational program focuses on very much. How to make quiet data centers. That's a chapter in the back of the book somewhere. But if we as a city are going to continue to host these types of industries, we better be able to do so with the best recommendation for them to have the right equipment. I see Commissioner Biagini. She may want to chat also.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on what you were saying, Chair Salam. Rena, for me, it kind of comes down to this. I recognize why data centers like to come here. I recognize the huge benefit economically to the city. What I'd like to see is we become the model for the best practices for those that are building data centers in their city. I think we are relatively uniquely placed to be able to do that. The question is getting the data and the training. That's the tough part. I think I recall reading, well, I'll get a hold of you after offline, because I do recall reading a big article, and I don't remember where, about a group that was coalescing around dealing with noise pollution from data centers. But that's a conversation we can have offline. Thank you.
So to abuse my earlier analogy, if we're going to have 54 luxury cars in our driveway, we better have excellent parking. So in this case, we better have data centers that are the best possible state-of-the-art solution that doesn't create aggregate issues. Okay, Commissioner Ikezi. May be muted. You are muted.
Thank you, Chair. If we're going to have like recommendations on the best practices on building the data center and creating a benchmark to measure each development against, then I think we need to address the noise, of course, but also the best least polluting power backup technology. Because just today I heard about diesel fuel cells. I think there's a battery technology, and I think there are pros and cons with each type of technology, as we've heard in our previous hearings. But mostly I'm more interested in the economics. How much money does a data center bring? I think there was a mention that 50,000 to our 100,000 to our utility for 50,000 square foot, or maybe it was the other way around. But so those are I like to see a comprehensive analysis of what the RENA is proposing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hero.
Yeah, as a person in construction that has been involved in the construction of numerous data centers, both inside and outside Santa Clara, these buildings are basically huge air conditioners with multiple air conditioner units inside of them. Those air conditioner units that are inside the building, actually inside the structure, have huge fans in them. And just to fire up one of them is extremely loud. Now, if they were to take the exterior of the building and add a second layer of insulation, it's not just the rooftop equipment that's creating this noise. As a matter of fact, as high up as it is, it's very minimally disruptive to other outside businesses or residents. It's so high up that it's not that much of a factor. I honestly believe that it's the internal air conditioning equipment coupled with the rooftop condenser units, which also have fans in them that run. As far as the diesel generators outside, They could definitely do more to mitigate the noise with the diesel generators by completely enclosing the structure, except for the exhaust flue going out the roof, which doesn't really emit that much noise. But of course, they're trying to do this as cheaply as they can. And not only that, those backup generators don't run very often. They only run when the power is out. And we know that City of Santa Clara power very rarely ever goes out. Very rarely do we have problems. Very rarely will they be running those diesel generators. And typically, if the power's out for that data center, it's going to be out for everybody in the area. And the noise from that diesel generator running is going to be the least of their problems at that point, in all honesty. Also, I wanted to bring up that the zoning for these data centers are not typically in a residential area or even located where most residents could even hear them. So I don't know exactly which data center that these complaints are coming from, but I'd like to see the neighborhood where the bulk of the complaints are coming from and at least know which data centers we're talking about that are the largest offenders. I understand we
Commissioner Hero,
Yes,
because
ma'am.
you weren't in the other item, we didn't get to share with you kind of like what this issue is. So there's been a lot of community concerns about noise, and it's been reported repeatedly to the city. The city's code enforcement has gone out. Our police department has gone out. We've done multiple noise metering during kind of when in response to those incidences, as well as just kind of randomly at night.
Yeah, I read that prior to the meeting.
Good.
I knew that had
I'm sorry.
happened, and I knew that they were hiring an acoustical engineer of some sort.
So
I understand
now,
all that.
Now we're going to have the fixed monitors, so that we can take this information, because I do want to clarify, we haven't found the source. So we are talking a lot about data centers and this topic, but we actually don't know the source, and that's what we're trying to figure out. So
Right. If you've got a loud data center over on Walsh Avenue, there just aren't any residences over there. It's all commercial and all industrial. So I don't know that a noisy data center would affect anyone other than the other industrial tenants in that area. And typically you've got a garbage company over there with dump trucks coming and going and dropping dumpsters and all other kinds of stuff going on over there, machine shops and plenty of noisemakers that they haven't complained about. So I'm not understanding the logistics of the data center issue.
Rena, did you supply Commissioner Hero with the image that you put together?
I think we did send.
Okay.
You mean the map?
Yes.
The map. I got the map.
Yeah.
I looked at it.
Yeah, if you look down to the southern side of it, you can see, even though there's a rail line passing through there, the clumping is substantial. I think some of the complaints have come in from people on the Monroe side or Monroe Street area. I've been trying to geolocate some of the complaints through Nextdoor, and it's really tough because nobody puts their address in. But I know that staff is being very diligent about looking in that area or in that aggregate area.
Understood. I just wanted to be clear that as far as a retrofit is concerned, to mitigate some of the noise, I don't think it would be all that costly if they could just make an effort. Yeah. And to double wall insulate what's already there would also not be that costly. I've seen it myself. I know how they're constructed, and I know that as a matter of fact, it would be fairly minimal in cost to have them at least attempt to mitigate some of the noise. That's all I wanted to say.
That's good, though. First step is to isolate and locate, and then hopefully staff and through us to council can propose ways to help alleviate it. I think makes people's lives better if we can take down some of the volume. I heard a recorded clip from people that were standing outside their home listening, and it truly was a jet engine sound, and they're nowhere near the airport. So, okay, before we come to a halt on this, Commissioner Cherukuri, then Commissioner Ikezi, and then hopefully we can head towards the end here.
Very engaging conversation. I do appreciate it. As a person who's done acoustical analysis, sound has a very different way of traveling, and it attenuates, it exaggerates, it becomes fairly louder based on where it is going and traveling to and through. So it's very hard for us to track from source because the actual sound is at receiving end. And the way it travels, whether it's through a door, whether it's through material, or whether it's through crevices, it can exaggerate. It has a tendency to blow out of proportion. It's almost like a loudspeaker effect. That's how sound travels. It's not like light where it can be blocked or it will, it has a way and it'll grow. That's pretty much the sound of, the effect that is used in auditoriums effectively. But in instances, so to the point where we try to say, there is not much sound because you're tracking it at source. You're not tracking it at receive. And the receive is in individual homes. So there is no point. It's a moot point to say this does not generate noise. Two, and Commissioner Hero brought up an interesting
Commissioner
point.
Cherukuri, I just want you to know that with the recent issues and when we analyze, noise related to data centers, we are measuring it also at residences, and we've been trying to do that through the investigative work that we're doing right now, and where those sensors are going to be placed. And at night, and what we're doing now is we're going to fix them, because obviously it's very difficult to be tracking the noise after it happens, right? So at least we'll be able to have that constant monitoring in place rather than relying on people to tell us they're hearing noises.
Yes, thank you, Rita. The second is in the materials, and thanks to Commissioner Hero, it brought up to mind, it's almost symbiotic. It's like when soldiers lockstep on a bridge, that's the effect in a data center that has metal, that has piping, and one source can constantly hum it. And it's symbiotic. It's almost, it picks up from the vibration and it becomes so, almost rhythmic that it attenuates at a particular frequency and adds. So this is all acoustics and structural. And I actually, to the previous application, now that you mentioned it, Commissioner Hero, metal is going to add to the sound impact. It is not, it's not trackable, but it's reverberating throughout the building.
You're talking about resonance?
No, the actual data center. The previous building's construction specifically called out its facades to be metal and glass.
Oh, right.
Not good insulators. Not good insulators. Not good sound deadening.
When you know construction technology, you understand that there is a science behind that rhythmic humdrum, and it can, actually, it can grow on people. And we don't perceive it because we are not at that same understanding. So it's very hard to discount that kind of an actual complaint. And I appreciate all the studies that are being done to defend, but it's only a defense.
Can I just ask that we focus on the agenda item we're on, which is—
I know, thank you.
I think you're making extended requests on what should be in our next training.
Good training points. Thank you. And I wanted to share that, nanotechnology might someday make these go away. I mean, my daughter is just trying to look at nanotechnology, and I learned so much about it. And hopefully everything minimizes itself, teeny tiny. So data centers.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ikezi, do you have something short?
Yes, I'd like to make another recommendation on future training program. At the last, well, the council meeting maybe a week ago, I heard that we may be doing code-based zoning for the downtown task. Well, that's what it was brought up by the downtown task force. If it's something that we're gonna have to consider, then maybe it's something nice to get trained on, because I have no idea how code-based zoning works.
Yeah, I sat in on that meeting. It sounds interesting.
Yeah,
Great
it sounds
point. I
interesting,
agree.
but yeah, I'd like to know more.
Great point. Thank you.
Commissioner Akazi and others, I think you mean form-based codes, and
Yeah.
yeah,
this
and
is
actually,
form-based
I do want to mention, I believe that the city council, as well as the downtown task force, also wants training on that topic. You know, perhaps, but so whoever kind of gets it first, which I think we're working already on arrangements for either the downtown or the city council. We
Okay.
obviously shouldn't do it twice, but we can have
Right.
people chime in and listen.
Okay, or maybe we can do a joint training. Yeah.
Sure.
Because
It would be
the
nice
chair
if we
wanted
could,
to.
hear it
Yeah,
once.
chair wanted to have a joint meeting with the council. I remember.
Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on. Now we are up to community development reports, planning commission budget updates. I saw numbers go by earlier on email. You want to talk to that?
Thank you. Chair Salam, members of the commission. So you have the memo that Elizabeth prepared, and your current balance to the end of this current fiscal year, which ends June 30th, is now $10,674. And just a reminder that that has to be expended because it doesn't roll over into the next year. So if you want to set up any type of training that Rena was mentioning, then this budget would be available for that purpose.
And honestly, if we don't find something between now and then, it would be nice to donate it back to the city budget that is already straining. But at the same time,
yeah,
our altruistic gesture shouldn't be a measure to deny us future budget because we had some left over. I've had that happen with schools and other things where, if you don't spend it, you don't get it. Well, I've of the opinion that you spend what you need at the time you need it, but
well, we have the money. We know what we want to spend on, so let's go ahead and spend.
Yeah, if anyone has any new training sessions they want to go to or coursework, then let us know, and then we can put that on the agenda to authorize the expenditure.
Yeah, the only training that I was hoping to suggest, which I haven't found any examples of, was a consultant that's in touch with the trends of EV adoption, because I think we have, as a commission, been pretty diligent in recommending extra EV chargers and wiring for EV and so forth. But it would be helpful if people understood that trend is actually accelerating instead of just our original standards and are enough. I don't think they're enough anymore, because I'm witnessing personally and through my research an accelerating trend to EV from all car manufacturers and public transit. So if we aren't prepared, we're going to be overwhelmed. And I'm glad our city is so proactive, but I'd like to see if we could get an expert consultant to actually put numbers to it. What's the percentage of EV versus ICE cars in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and make sure that we get into a position to be prepared to support that.
Yeah, and not just the numbers, but how are the cities retrofitting their infrastructure to support all the EVs that may be coming along? So
yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, but you said it more succinctly.
Oh,
yeah,
thank you.
like,
I don't mean to.
No, that's correct. I tend to ramble. The fact that our city is putting out charging stations and things for people is awesome. That's a great step forward. I'm just still worried that we're not going fast enough. We may be behind the curve in a couple of years the way it's going. So that would be helpful if we could have some training along that from a true expert, someone who's in touch with the numbers, which isn't me. I'm not a
Okay.
scientist. Okay.
All right.
It's a recommendation. I
Thank
mean,
you.
these are all recommendations, whatever your budget and time allows. I know it's a lot of work to organize these, but these are things that are going to affect us for years to come. Okay. Was there any other budget update info?
No, that was it
Okay.
for right now.
Upcoming agenda items?
Rena, do you have, I'm looking
Yeah,
here. I
yeah,
just,
we have a very big agenda item actually. On the 28th, we are scheduled to have our El Camino Real plan for recommendation to the Planning Commission, you know, for your recommendation to the City Council of the entire plan and the environmental document, as well as other actions that are associated with it. I do, you know, I can say because we are at the home stretch of this and it's going through the city's internal review process, there is, you know, as you know, there's a really big body of work and it's requiring a lot of people to review it in depth. And that might mean that we can't get this across the finish line by the 28th because we'll be very close, but, you know, so I might actually reach out to the Planning Commission in the event this happens. I'm not anticipating it necessarily, but I am sharing this with you because I have the opportunity to talk to you now. That if that were to occur, I would reach out to the Planning Commission for another date prior to the next scheduled Planning Commission meeting, which is at the end of May. And the reason for that is because we have received grant funds for the preparation of this plan. And those funds expire at the end of June. And so we would like to make sure that we get the plan to the City Council so that any of the costs that may be incurred, you know, if anyone makes any tweaks or whatnot, those are things we can turn around and still bill to the grant that we've received. So I just wanted to share with you kind of the timing of that. Like I said, we are anticipating it's going to go forward on the 28th. If for whatever reason that doesn't happen, we will actually reach out with a date before hopefully the planned Planning Commission meeting at the end of May.
Can you give us which day you may have in mind? I mean, why don't we check now?
Yeah, I mean, I don't actually, because I think there are several variables like the planner being available and such.
Sure.
So, but we
Understand.
will, I think we would first try and find a Wednesday if possible.
Okay.
You know, it might be something like it can't be May 12th probably because we have a development review hearing.
Okay.
Unless we knew that the timing of that would end before Planning Commission. So I apologize. I just can't throw out some dates right now. I apologize.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
So
Rena,
Planning
there's-
Commission, wait just a second. Planning Commission has held multiple special meetings recently, and I don't think it would be out of line to ask us at some point to have a special meeting as well, as long as we have a little bit of warning.
Yeah, and it goes without saying, I mean, my comment right now is like news to maybe our assistant city attorney. So obviously we would need to make sure he was available as well and all of you for whatever date we would propose.
Understood.
Okay, I heard other voices, but I have Commissioner Biagini and Commissioner Wang in queue. Are you still interested?
Yes, I have a concern. We're already down one commissioner. Whatever we talk about with respect to the ECR recommendation, does this mean if you live within X number of feet from ECR, you would have to abstain? Because you may have a couple of us that are in that position and we're already down one anyway.
If you're within 1,000 feet of the boundaries of the El Camino Real specific plan, you will need to stay.
Yeah, well, we may have too many people within the boundaries. I'm just saying that needs to be looked at. Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the status of the new commissioner?
I saw that coming up on a upcoming agenda item for council, but staff can comment on that.
Excuse me.
Elizabeth sent an email with the date. I think it was going to be late May. Do you have the exact date, Elizabeth?
You know what? I was just going to look for it. I don't have the exact date. I did send it to everyone. I can send a reminder email to you tomorrow, but I believe it's somewhere towards the 3rd week or so of May. But Commissioner Casey, you may want to check your email because I did send it, I believe, yesterday, an email on that.
Yes.
All right, so that leaves Commissioner Hong with his hand up.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, yeah, we talked a lot about training. Actually, my question is, actually, I try to understand the electrical system in the SVP, since we talked a lot about the generators. Since I'm an electrical engineer, I think if we have a good redundant electricity system, that probably will help to reduce the generator pollution. That's why I try to learn more from SVP. How to contact SVP? Who should I contact to?
We can provide you with a couple of names at SVP.
Okay.
And probably you should take a look at their UGE 1000. There's a lot of, they have a lot of code and specifications of how work has to be done to basically receive service from SVP. So there's a lot of material to take a look at, but we can give you a couple of names. You can talk to somebody.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, Gloria,
Yeah.
actually, you read that response. To be honest, my feeling is to make the system working reliable, it needs all the effort, right, from SVP, from data center. My feeling is, you see, SVP say, yeah, we just cannot guarantee, you are 100% up, right? But my point is, probably we should analyze what's the reason for the power outage, right? Then how to prevent. So let's say maybe you have construction digging out the power line, right? You have a power outage. Or you need to have a maintenance of the equipment. So yeah, I just try to learn more. Yeah, but thank you so much for your effort to get the response from SVP. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah. Don't be surprised. I have looked into it for our area when we had a couple outages. It's things like down lines, blown transformers, and squirrels. Believe it or not, squirrels. So I think these are like natural, well, less than maintenance level events that tend to blow out a section of the power for a given area. It doesn't necessarily take down all of Santa Clara, but it will take down sections. And I think these data centers are so volatile with they want to have 100% uptime. They're going to definitely have the generator backups. I'm just hoping that we can talk them into a second form of backup, which is the things like the Tesla power blocks, which are just big chunks of batteries that can run the whole data center for an hour. With that kind of secondary backup, they'd probably almost never turn on their generators. All that aside, I still see Nancy's hand up. Did you have one more thing to add before we move on?
I didn't. I'm sorry. There you go.
That's
It's
okay.
down.
All right. So I think
I have a quick comment, Chair. With all due respect, it's almost 10 o'clock. I think we need to stick to the agenda when we.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do here.
Sure, and going into details about SVP, for example, no disrespect to Commissioner Wang, but that's outside of the purview of this meeting, and so I really think we need to stick to the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, now that we're done complaining about sticking to the agenda, let's stick to the agenda. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to move on to just City Council highlights.
Yes, thank
and
you.
on the March 23rd meeting, the item pertaining to the Planning Commission is that we had the 2020 general plan annual progress report, and that was approved by the council 7-0. So they accepted the annual, annual report, and that's submitted to the state by April 1st. And there was, Councilmember Jane did ask for consequences if the city doesn't meet RENA numbers. And staff, gave some response about, at this time, there's not any strict enforcement, but that I think they're moving towards that. And let's see, I think that was the only thing that came out of that. It was about affordable housing numbers, so there were questions about that. On the April 6th meeting of the City Council, they did have a study session on the housing element. There was a presentation by city staff and discussion with the council on a number of issues such as form-based code, disadvantaged community requirements, micro units, a variety of things related to our housing stock looking forward, and whether or not the housing element should be revisited. There were a number of things that came up. Secondly, on the public hearing items, there was a Downtown Committee Task Force quarterly report. And so the council gave direction to staff to return to council with a plan to add items to the downtown precise plan project scope as requested by the Downtown Community Force. And that was voted 5-0 with 2 abstentions. The city manager also responded that staff could return to the council in late May to address other questions, and noted that the funding request to augment that plan would come from budget stabilization reserves. And that's all for your PC related items. So I'll conclude there and turn it over to you for adjournment.
Well, I had just one question about the, I think I missed it, but I can go back to the YouTube. Was there ever a resolution to Councilman Park's issues around the Asian community meeting? I missed the final. Was there any action or anything?
I'm not aware of, I just saw some notes, but that's, again, that's not part of our agenda, and I don't want to comment because I don't know enough about it. So
I was hoping somebody had seen it, but we're going to move on.
Yeah.
Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
I hear a motion. Yes.
All those in favor and
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all so much for enduring.
Good night.
Thank you. Thank